A warm welcome everyone here on the Mana Temple channel to a second edition of a regional qualifier, a regional championship in Luxembourg, here in the venue we are right now, and we have amassed again 170 players. Luxembourg community keeps on growing. Of course, right now, new format being very exciting and everyone wants to play it. And actually, speaking about playing, our players for round one are already added, so let's not waste any time. And let's go over to that feature match table. And look who we got there. Fresh from the World Championship with a top 8 finish. First after Swiss in that. We have Yuna on the left. And I mean, what works at the World Championship may as well work again here in the regional here in Luxembourg at the Mana Temple Regional. Yuna still on the beloved Malice deck. The deck that basically carried her throughout the entire season last season. Got pretty much all of her Worlds points with that very deck. And then also, of course, got the invite and qualification to the World Championship with it. And then, honestly, no real surprise anymore at that point. Also played that deck at that very World Championship. And on the other hand, we have Lisandro. And we see, oh, yes, this is what we could barely see at the World Championship from Yuna's side. But this is a very special technology that she figured out is worth doing right now in the Malice deck, because this is not any kind of standard combo we saw from the deck, but instead, actually, as you could see there, this is what you could consider a U-Link, an extra link. We have occupied both extra monster zones, meaning decks that want to go into that extra monster zone, like, for example, Yummy, trying to go into Yummy Snatchy, cannot do that anymore. That is madness. Yuna has performed the full combo through Dominus Impulse, Perulia, and Ash Blossom, and now there is no real way to go into the extra monster zone, to go into the extra deck in terms of link monsters at all for Lisandro. But what's the deck? It is not a deck that necessarily needs to do that. We do have Mitsurugi Ritual, and that is a deck that, that is a deck that people are forgetting about, that people are sleeping on. But the deck that we're seeing here, some kind of Mitsurugi variant, that's still so good. Honestly, people just love all of those new Justice Hunter decks. They play Yummy, they play Vanquish Soul K9, they play Chris Strong K9, they play Draco Tail. But guess what? Summoning out Amino Murakumo and just wiping the entire field, as that clearly is a plan to go here. That's still massively strong. We send the Night Sword Serpent from the deck. And we also send the Aramasa. That is a nice droplet being chained to the Mitsurugi Ritual there. Alright, Murakumo effect. Night Sword Serpent, Chain Link too, so we are even able to chain block the Murakumo. Yuna not as happy as she was a moment ago with that strong opening, because this is not the matchup you're aiming at. This is not the matchup you've done all of this for. But at least there is a forbidden droplet. What's good, everyone, by the way? I have the chat open, so please feel free to say hello in chat. We see the striker cards. Yuna is pretty much playing exactly the deck that she was playing in the World Championship. Playing the striker cards, going back to that again. Striker Malice it is. Yeah, definitely, if you see something, make sure to just tell us about it here in the chat. I have chat and stream open so we can enjoy this beautiful day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Together. It's 170 players. There's multiple big regionals this weekend, but still, Luxembourg community keeps on growing. Also quite close, of course, to Germany. For some German players, it's very easy to come over to play here. Players from the Netherlands and from Belgium also joining the action here. And therefore, we have 170 players, meaning that is going to be 8 rounds of Swiss that we can enjoy together here, everyone. Enjoying is Yuna not really what happened there. The wipe the entire field with the Murakumo. Mitsurugi still very valid, and Lisandro is enjoying himself some Mitsurugi here today. Certainly not the start that Yuna enjoys. Yuna, last season, was cursed with die rolls. Literally, for the sake of it, could not win die rolls. Now, first regional of the new season, essentially. We're going at the world's points again. We're trying to amass as many once more because, I mean, let's face it, playing in the World Championship this year was sick, was cool, was in Europe, was in Paris. It was a sick show. I enjoyed being a part of it. Was absolutely massive. But the next World Championship was announced is going to be in Tokyo, Japan. So qualifying for that, for a European, does not only grant you the honor to play at the World Championship, but also, of course, grants you that sick trip to Japan. So qualifying for Worlds this year, I think, is, if there is something as being more desirable, because of course qualifying for Worlds always will be desirable, qualifying for Worlds in that very country, in the home country of Yu-Gi-Oh! In Japan, is of course a dream to come true. So new season, new hopes, new aspirations of making it to the World Championship. First of all, of course, we can get those World Championship qualifying points here this weekend, but also we can just get our invite to the next European Championship, of course, as well. And that white binder there is good, because that white binder banished the Mitsurugi Ritual, and getting rid of Mitsurugi Ritual can be very, very, very annoying for the Mitsurugi strategy. What's good, Darkor? How's everyone doing? How are we doing? How are we enjoying ourselves some Yu-Gi-Oh! On this Saturday? Regional action back in full swing. New season started. We had a fantastic regional here at Mana Temple last time around. There was Marco winning it all with Malice, and as we can see, Malice still a definitely strong contender, but I'm sure we're going to see some other decks today. I'm sure we're going to have some Vanquish Soul K9, Draco Tail, and we also actually have some big names entering the tournament as well. I saw, for example, not only Yuna as a world playoff participant, but also Gabriel Susi is in the house. More French players have made the journey. So it's not only close to Germany and Belgium and the Netherlands, but also to France. And therefore, we have multiple people from there coming over here as well. So should all be very competitive. But that is now the Dugaris coming through here. Dugaris. And oh, we have a glimpse there at the hand of Lisandra. And it looked like we had a bunch of multiples. We had a bunch of multiples being more Fuvalos, more droplets. And all of those cards don't really do too much here at the moment anymore. Ooh, Darko is playing Super Quantums today at locals. That sounds fun. But here comes the effect of Dugaris. All those rather useless cards in the hand shall be replaced with something that we can do some more work with. And the real question so far is, what is it that those Mitsurugi cards are paired up with? There, at this point, even is crazy things as Mitsurugi Yami. That is something people are playing. So we shall see. Oh, that looks like a Link summon. We do now have an extra monster zone we can go into, and that is Aspie Little Knight going after, I think that is the just set MTP. Yep, MTP 07. Banishing Marchair. Chains the SP on the White Rabbit. Well done baiting that out there from Lisandro's side, and Yuna has to give the thumbs up. That's fine. So MTP will still resolve the search, but it will not be able to banish anything meaningful on the side of Lisandro. But now, what's left there? Is there now maybe special summon X Ryziel or something like that? Is this Mitsurugi Ryziel, or is it just rather pure Mitsurugi? Because pure Mitsurugi actually has seen some success. We saw the UK Open, for example, being won by pure Mitsurugi in the hands of Josh Kelly, so that could be something to consider. Okay, Amino Habakiri and Yuna is not really sure what to think about all of that. That is looking strong here from Lisandro's side. Special summon Saji. Saji comes into the graveyard right away, searches for another ritual. Ooh, we're playing to ritual. That's massive. Sometimes banishing the one ritual is crucial, but when there just simply is a second one in the deck, it's not as problematic at all. Alright, ritual. We shall summon from the hand now. Oh wait, no, we summoned from the hand earlier. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. We did summon from the hand and use materials from the deck. So now we summon out from the deck instead. And that is a second copy of Murakumo. So seeing multiple rituals and seeing multiple Murakumos makes me think that this is more than likely a pure Mitsurugi approach. I'm not certain that there is something else next to the Mitsurugi cards in this. And Pure Mitsurugi can grind really well. Everyone, though, grinding is something... Oh, yeah, so Mitsurugi Mirror now, too. We go at it here. Lisandro having all the tools. There comes GWC in response now, though, from Yuna. What are we trying to bring back? We bring back Cryptor. Yeah, grinding. You saw it. In the beginning, it was not the usual 45 minutes anymore, but instead, we are now playing under the new time rules. 50 minutes, no draws anymore. If we do not finish the match in those 50 minutes, we do have a double loss for both players. So grinding is nice, and it's usually, and for me, oftentimes, the most entertaining way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You cannot really grind you can't grind until the very end anymore. Sometimes you just have to say, okay, this game I cannot win anymore. And this is a huge skill now, or a skill that became even more important with the new rule changes, because you just always got to be very aware of what's going on. That's a rank 8 now. Rank 8 summoned in Girsu. We chain the effect of Heart Scriptor, though banishing the Girsu. Those materials will go to the graveyard, though. Of course, Exceed materials do not follow the Cryptor. And we sent the Heart Scriptor. So we worked through Yuna's field. And is there now maybe... Okay, normal summon Kusanagi. Edbek, Futsu. And I mean, we have at least a Prayers in hand. At the very least, there's a Prayers, which is guaranteeing us some follow-up. Now the Typhon. Typhon says goodbye. And that so impressive field that Yuna created is now completely gone. And we have a set 4 from Lisandro. Perfectly done, honestly. That was huge. Working through all of this and then even having a set 4. We just have to make sure that the materials of the Dengirsu go into the graveyard, because that could certainly be very, very, very relevant. And I mean, I'm next to the table chat, so I'll just quickly make them aware. Because oh wait, actually, the materials might have found their way into the graveyard, because it doesn't look like... Is it ritual monsters that are banished there? There's way too many cards banished. I'm assuming this definitely must be the ritual monster in there. Okay, normal summon Chassis Cat. Looking for the graveyard there. Can we spot it? Yeah, we're missing the materials. We're definitely missing the materials in there. Prayers. Brings back Murakumo. I mean, this one works still. Oh, but we can't activate it. Yuna, calmly as ever, just points fingertips on the opponent's Typhon, on Lisandro's Typhon there, signalizing, yeah, that's all cool that you bring back the Murakumo there, but you cannot activate it. Now effect Chassis Cat. Oh, Lisandro with that misstep there, but the Chassis Cat mad with infinite impermanence. Also, Yuna flexing here, using the World Championship sleeves for her extra deck. It has always been Malice, and it seems like it is still Malice for Yuna. Until the end of days. Never letting that deck go. Oh, that looks like a link too. Going into dark. Okay. I mean, there is just more dark ones. I will just make sure that those monsters go into the graveyard there real quick. And there I am again, because now that there is the dark, of course, there is more legitimate targets for the dark. So I just wanted to make sure that every target that there would be desired is actually where it is supposed to be. And so we do now have the monsters in the graveyard. And now Yuna can check. We can actually bring back that Murakumo now, which is certainly a target that is worth considering, to be honest. Yes, Leah, they summoned back the Murakumo and tried to activate the effect while they had Typhon on their very own side of the field. Oh, it's always lovely. Like, I was late here. Ooh, another Imperm though now on the dark as well. I was late here because my train was delayed from Germany. But the moment I came here, everyone was so friendly. The Luxembourg community there, and also the hosts here, the regional host, Mana Temple. Such a lovely community in general. And like everyone just immediately being so welcoming, being so kind. It's a real pleasure. Like I'm not playing the event, but I can only imagine how nice it also must be for the players playing this regional here. And now we go for Cryptor, and all of a sudden we have already played through 3 of these set cards from Lisandro. Set 4 looked scary, but 3 of them are already gone now, and I see no sign of Yuna trying to slow down here. Yes, Odd Pain, of course my train was delayed, right? It always would be. It always would be. Okay. Let's just have a sip of water. Oh, and Lisandro is playing with his 1 card in hand. That's not a good sign. Everyone make sure to follow the channel here as well. There's regular content also from the usual local tournaments at the Mana Temple store. That looks like a link free to me, using the Marcher and the Dark. Going for White Binder effect. Yeah, Leah is right. This will be a hard match for time. It's already near half the match gone. Yes, indeed. That's what I have been saying. The new timeout rules, the double loss rules, is something you have to be aware of. And Lisandro correctly, immediately when we mention it, actually thinking the exact same, picking up his cards, and it is a 1-0 lead here for Yuna. It looked rough, somewhere in between, but the rule still stands kind of true. When Malice goes first and is able to combo, very, very rarely they are not going to win the match. Malice is just so insanely good at going first. The field is so insanely layered with ways to bring back things through hand effects and all those kind of things. It's very, very, very hard to go into a full Malice field, especially when the full Malice field also now is an extra link. Love to see that Yuna immediately here on the first round was able to show that off. We did use, though, half of the time for this first game, so we shall see how well we will be able to handle the time here. Oh, Lisandro looking up there, almost as if he's looking up to heaven, trying to get some help from there. Oh wait, I just realized not only Yuna, but also Lisandro is using the World Championship sleeves. That's neat. Those are beautiful. Those are, I think, the... with Yuna, it might be the blue ones, but I think with Lisandro, it's pretty certainly the black ones. The black ones you could get from the kit that everyone could get, and the blue ones are the ones that you could get by participating in the tournament. Not sure for Yuna, it might also be the black ones, though. I'm not 100% certain. Maybe someone in chat knows, as I already saw some friends of Yuna being around. So, almost as if nothing happened, right, chat? Almost as if nothing happened. Malice versus Mitsurugi, as it was the last couple of months already. But those decks are still insanely powerful, of course. You should never, never, never disregard those 2 decks. Right now, chat, give me your opinion. What are you thinking? Because I'm struggling. Do you play Artifact Lancea in your side deck still? Because yes, Malice is a factor. Clearly is. As we see here, Yuna still playing it. One of the best players in the entire tournament, probably. But there's definitely less Malice players around compared to before Justice Hunter's release. So do you sacrifice those 3 spots in your side deck just purely for the Malice deck? Or is it, at this point, not going to happen often enough anymore that you do play versus the Malice deck? It's actually rough. I'm really struggling to find a solution for myself there. But Lisandro is not struggling right now. Starting off with pre-preparation of rights. Goes for Mitsurugi Ritual now. Ritual summons out the Habakiri by using Night Sword Serpent and Murakumo from the deck. Okay. It does hit Crystron as well. That is true, yeah. Yuna should be using the blue ones. Okay, Yuna is using the blue ones. That's a flex fan. The World Championship participant sleeves. Okay, that is Ritual Summon number 2 with the Mitsurugi Ritual. First time from the hand, now from the deck. And we do use the Habakiri from the field to make sure that it can just immediately come back. And of course, even before that, also make sure to search another Mitsurugi from the deck. Now though, we're going to see, is there possibly Raizia cards? I don't think there is Raizia cards. Sometimes you have like super small Raizia packages, but it just really doesn't feel like that. Okay, we go to Garis. Another sign of probably there not being any Raizia cards. Just going, drawing 2 cards. Having to discard now 1, of course, as well. Thanks everyone for the follows, by the way. Make sure to stay around for the entire day. We have 8 rounds of Swiss, and that, ooh, we're discarding Futsu here. Do we make, yeah, true, we have the Muro, of course. That's massive. We're going to end on all 3 Mitsurugi monsters. All 3 Mitsurugi ritual monsters. That is what you want to go for. You could possibly just go for a rank 8 if you play it. But first of all, we go for the Great Purification. That looks like Dynamondo. Ooh, okay. So, it's not a particularly big main deck package, but we are playing Fiendsmith Mitsurugi. I like it. And even though the package is so insanely small, you saw it. The one-off Fiendsmith Engraver was in the hand. We drew it. You don't want to draw it. In that particular version of the deck, it's a brick to draw. Probably not even playing a target for it, so we had to just summon it out from the hand there. Essentially having 1 card less in hand, but now our field is not one to be disregarded. Caesar, Murakumo, and the Futsu backed up with the Mitsurugi Prayers and the Great Purification. And that is a Harpiest Feather Duster, which surely needs to be answered with the Purification there. Alright. Brings back Futsu immediately through its own effect. Searches for Prayers. But that was a good start from Yuna's side. Dark Ruler no more next though. Whoa. That cuts off the Futsu, and that also cuts off, more importantly, the Caesar. Sad 1. But there is a Malice Normal Summon being Chassis Cat effect. Ooh, Chains Ash Blossom though, that's strong. What's the sad card? It's MTP though. MTP is so good here. Yuna just like, it doesn't seem as if she cares. She just keeps on going, searches March here. Pay 300, bring back that Chassis Cat. Now the question. There must be another Malice card in the hand because we activated Chassis Cat. So there's Machair and there is another Malice card in there. Press start saying, I was not expecting Yuna in the Luxembourg Regional. That's a face I like to see. Yeah, same. I knew Yuna would be here. Yuna was here last year already, and she had such a good time. So she was like, yeah, I can't have enough playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yuna and I are the same in that regard. We both were like super busy, and in Yuna's regard also super successful at the last weekend's World Championship. But just like, whenever there's the chance to play more Yu-Gi-Oh!, that is what we do. But that looks like Yuna recognizing that we shall not waste any more time. We should not be able to win this game. And Yuna scoops it up for a 1-1 score now. That looked strong. The Feather Duster followed up with the Dark Ruler no more. But in the end, it was not enough. And Yuna does not want to drag it out any further. Decides that it is better to just scoop it up to avoid a possible double loss later on, of course. We will have to see. Now we're side taking. And then we have a healthy 20 minutes remaining. That's cool. That should work. It's also, by the way, it's super funny because here in my casting booth, I essentially have like windows into the venue. Like I can basically watch everything that is going on, but like I'm just still super separated. I can talk as loud as I want to because it is completely separated, but I can see everything. Like I feel like the big brother here. I'm watching everything. I have the power to watch everybody, but still, I'm just completely on my own here. But that's how I love it. Can just calmly and peacefully enjoy some Yu-Gi-Oh! With you guys here together. Yu-Gi-Oh! All day long, 8 rounds of Swiss. If you're not familiar with how a regional works, regionals do not play any kind of top cut. It is just Swiss rounds, and then for every 8 players that is entering the tournament, we do have 1 qualification spot to the European Championship. And let me do some quick math. 170 players. 160 players is 20 invites. So that's 22 invites, actually. 22 invites being given out here today at the Mana Temple Regional in Luxembourg. Another successful event already, and it only just started. And here it comes. We're cutting, we're ready to rumble. Yuna, of course, going first. Let's see what she can do with that. Draw Stamper main. Lisandro maybe with Perulia. Does not look like it. And we do have the Engage again. My most favorite card is not only played in Yummy. Ooh, Droll and Lockbird. Usually not particularly strong against Malice, but when you're playing the Striker Malice version, all of a sudden you have a way earlier spot to use Droll and Lockbird, as we clearly see here, and that does cut you off from a couple of things. So we shall see whether that is going to mean danger here for Yuna, because we can, for example, not go into our Red Ransom anymore. We cannot use the effect of the Chassis Cat anymore. This could be problematic. Yuna brought the Striker cards back into Malice at the World Championship. Goes into Red Ransom now, but we can't search, as I just said. Goes for backup now. Can't search with backup either. That Droll and Lockbird actually put in so much work. We're missing out on so many searches here. Goes into Little Knight. Little Knight banishes the Red Ransom. Dominus Impulse now on the Red Ransom too, though. Lisandro really having a good mixture of interruptions here, and Yuna does not seem happy. This looks huge here from Lisandro's side, and that's a pass. You gotta be kidding me. Lisandro with the Droll and Lockbird plus Impulse combination stops Yuna, and Yuna is forced to pass on simply and only the Aspirated Knight. But that's a pass back. That's a pass back. Nothing from Lisandro. Normal summon White Rabbit. Wow. It seemed so dangerous for Yuna, but Lisandro could not find a play there. Ay, ay, ay. And now Yuna, of course, knows exactly what she's doing. Always with that Malice deck. Not even second guessing, not even questioning, not even having the slightest bit of a doubt, knowing for certain what she is going to do, and looks like she is going to just go ahead and probably try to go for game here. Good thing is, Dominus Impulse was used from the hands, meaning there cannot be Nibiru the Primal Being anymore. That's a huge, huge thing to think about. So we can just commit into a Nibiru here without being worried about the Nibiru. Okay. White Rabbit attacks directly. So many big players playing in this regional. They literally want to try the new rules. Yes, Solbrek. We have Gabriel Susi in the house. We have plenty of strong German players. We have multiple French strong players as well. Everyone excited to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Under the new rules. Bodhi, I mean, I don't think we're going to put the deck themes on. I think it's alright like that. Okay, Ash Blossom on the White Binder. That's not game just yet, I feel like. With the Ash Blossom on the White Binder, we can just make sure. Wait, just making sure. Oh, oh, okay. It's over anyways. Because can we use Ash Blossom after Impulse? I don't think we can, right? Impulse locks you out of fires. GG's anyways, though. Oh, yes, you can. Okay, my bad then. Apparently Impulse doesn't lock you out of fires. Oh, we can? Okay. Sometimes all those Dominus restrictions are way too much. I can't follow all of them. But that's cool. So that means Yuna is continuing what she does best, and that is winning, of course. And that will give us the chance to have a quick chat with Yuna. Actually, of course, we can chat a little bit about the match that she just played, but also we can, of course, have a little bit of a talk about her experience and her insane performance at the World Championship last weekend. So that's going to be nice. It's wind, earth, and light for Impulse. Yeah, that makes fair. Oh yeah, true. Purge locks you out of fire. Oh yeah, true. I should know that. I played Purge a bunch in Apophis, so I should have known. I should have known that. But yeah, everyone, just give me a quick second and I'll grab Yuna for us, and then we will be right back with Yuna and a nice interview here. Hold on, though. My mouse is not working anymore. Oh yeah, there it is. Well, yeah. See you in just a second, and I will be right back with Yuna. All right, everyone, and there we have Yuna, not only the winner of our round 1 feature match, but of course also first of the Swiss top 8 finisher at the World Championship. But you cannot get enough of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
No, I already played also local at Wednesday.
And how is it that you just also still play that Melis deck that you have played the entire season last season, and you just still think it's the best deck?
Probably for TCG it's not the best deck.
Okay.
But I still like it a lot. Like my other choice would be Yummy.
Okay.
Which I played at the OTS championships I've played beforwards.
Fair.
But I like the Melis deck a lot, so I just play it.
You just play it. And I mean, a question, of course, a lot of people at home may be having, as you qualified to the qualifier last season through collecting points so much, are you going to be on the World Championship points grind again this season, or are you going to take it a little bit slower this year?
Maybe. My friends want me to, because the end was kind of disappointing with this.
Ah, come on. Nah, it was not disappointing.
No, it was. Like, I didn't play it at all in top 8. Like,
I mean, sometimes those are going to happen. It was just Julian's day, really, or Julian's weekend, really.
It was his day.
And
sure.
I mean, you crushed until then. You were first up to Swiss. That's such a big accomplishment already. And I mean, like, not that many Germans in general have performed so well at the World Championship before. I don't think we ever had someone being first up to Swiss from Germany at the World Championship. So that's crazy of an accomplishment on its own. But yeah, okay. Coming back now to the tournament that we're playing here today. You were here last year already for the other regional that they hosted. So
in February.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. It wasn't last year. It was actually this year. And you liked it so much, and you just said, I want to come back?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. It's a great tournament. Like, it's well organized, so...
And you played Melis there already, right?
Yeah, I played Melis there already.
And yeah, so coming here now into the first round, you could immediately do what you told me about for the World Championship already as well, like your new technology in Melis, right? We saw that right in the first game.
First I thought my opponent is on Melis, that's why I did the U-Link, because I saw Impulse.
Okay, yeah, true, fair.
And then it was Mitsurugi with, I guess, one engraver, so feature card.
And so, if you would have known that it was that deck, you probably would have gone for a different field, because against that deck, it's... I mean, against the Fiendsmith part, it's actually kind of alright, but against Mitsurugi in general, it's just not that great to have the extra link, right?
Yeah, if I know it's Mitsurugi, I just do the normal board where you have Wicked in the upper zone, under at Firewall, and next to it the Echoed.
Yeah, that's fair. So, you did the full combo, and then your opponent, they had Droplet, Ritual to summon from the hand with the Murakumo, and then also Prayers. Like, That
was
looked
really good.
dangerous, right? That looked really dangerous. Did you think did you still feel safe, or were you afraid that you would lose there?
After he made SP, I felt really safe that I don't die, and
Yeah.
I accumulate so much follow-up in his turn that I can just win. And then in my turn, he kind of misplayed by summoning the Murakumo while
Oh,
the
yeah.
Typhon is on field.
True.
So don't have to worry about that anymore.
That's true. That's true. That was a little bit of a misstep from him there. And then game 2, like game 1 took a long time. So
Yeah.
would you have, like, under old time rules, maybe continue to play in game 2, or were you always scooping there because you had no chance anymore in that second game?
I think I cannot win this
Okay.
game 2 because he can just resummon the Murakumo and I have to go through Splash Mage. So I had a Bistia left for the Murakumo.
Yeah.
So I was hoping him to try to tribute the Murakumo and get it back with his own effect, because with prayers you can't.
Yeah.
Dark Ruler since you cannot pay.
Yeah.
Then the Bistia would have like impact and then I could go directly into Link 3. But yeah, he just let me play and wait, which was really good. So I just scooped and saved the time.
Yeah, fair enough. And then game 3 again was dangerous looking. Did your opponent show you their hands? Because they stopped you so well with the Droll and
Yeah,
the
it
Impulse.
was like 3 ritual monsters or so.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes
But
that happens.
even if he could play, like I had Droll and Ash Blossom as my 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Which should also at least let me survive. And then I drew a rabbit for turn, which else we would have played like a bit of...
SP control.
I mean,
SP
not
control.
really. I can just normal summon Droll or Ash and banish the Jessie Cat with Lizard Dose.
Oh yeah, fair.
But that ransom is banishes kind of a bit.
Yeah.
But right when I can just set GWs to get it back. And then...
So, I mean, clearly you're still very confident with Malice. What are you thinking about Mitsurugi at the moment? Do you think it's still a valid deck, or
It's
do you
a good
think it's
deck.
behind the other decks?
It's a really good deck.
Okay.
I don't know how good the pure deck is, but the Rising variant I have played before Worlds against it at the regional. This one was really good.
All right. Luna, thank you so much, then. And maybe we're going to see you later on again, maybe in the finals or something.
Yeah, hopefully.
Best of luck, of course, with that. Any shout-outs to people at home, maybe?
Shout out to Leah, who's watching from home.
Let's go. Shout out
Again.
to Again? Yeah, true. Last time
That's
she already
pretty
was.
was us.
You're right. All right, then. I will let you go off. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. That was round number 1. And it's great to immediately start off with someone so insanely accomplished. Like, Yuna had one of the most craziest season that anyone could even dream of. Like, just grinding so consistently, that super sick story with having no major tops and turning that into a world championship qualification, and then turning that into a top 8 finish at the world championship as well. It's just so inspirational. Like, for everyone at home, you can just decide to go at it, you know? Just be like, hey, I want to try this season. I just want to play as many tournaments as possible. And trust me, like, of course, you need to be somewhat good, but the more tournaments you play, the better you get, you know? Like, practice is such a huge part about Yu-Gi-Oh! If you can just consistently keep on playing the game and play against all those good players, and I mean, you will consistently play against good players when you are all the time attending all of those regionals, and that will just bring you to a different level. And I think at the start of last season, Yuna was not much of a household name just yet in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. I would say not that many people outside of her local area even were aware of Yuna, but now everyone in the world actually knows Yuna, you know? Like, Yuna went crazy at the World Championship, first after Swiss, playing out of her mind and just showing the world what she's made out of. And I think that's just a story that probably for everyone thinking about going competitive in Yu-Gi-Oh! Should just be an example. And it's just something really, 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 really cool. And I am very happy because I worked with Yuna also throughout the year on the World Championship qualification points spreadsheet. So we basically, and for the most part, Yuna like made sure that the points always were accurate so we could follow who's getting how many points and everything. Of course, for her especially, it was very very important because she was herself collecting all of those points and therefore was trying to get as many as possible. And yeah, that was just a super fun season, and I'm excited that we are now into the new season and into more exciting Yu-Gi-Oh action. Let me just see here. And yeah, what I still wanted to say is we have plenty of strong players. We have 8 rounds in total with 170 players. We will have some of the new Justice Hunter decks, I promise to you, maybe even immediately now in round number 2. It's going to be glorious. I'm excited. New season, but still the same fun. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was never as much fun as it is right now. I will go on a very quick break. I will try to figure out who we're having for feature match for round number 2, and then I will see you just after. Ladies and gentlemen, I was on the lookout for a nice feature match for round number 2, and I can tell you I was successful. I actually, funnily enough, ended up finding Lin, who's playing a really cool deck. While shuffling the deck right now, you can, I mean, you don't really see it there right now, just 100% certainly, but I can tell you 60 cards in the hands of Lin, so that's already something to be excited for, you can say at the very least. And then we looked at the pairings, and all of a sudden, paired up against Anthony Lopez, of course, the player from Luxembourg, the Luxembourg hero who's been to the World Championship not in 2025 but in 2024, and is probably going to be making his attempt to qualify once more, once again, for the 2026 World Championship. Already successful in the first round and now up against Lin, and I'm very excited because honestly, Anthony, with him it always feels like he is always just bringing the best deck. Oh, okay, that's a 7 from Anthony. And Lin comes in with a 5. Is that a 5? That looks like a 5, yeah. So it should be Anthony going first here. And yeah, Anthony just always, I feel like, is playing the best deck. Like, whatever he thinks, like, for him, it's not about being fancy. For him, it's not about finding crazy good tech cards or anything. For him, it's just playing the deck that he believes to be the best deck. And therefore, that is going to be interesting to see what he believes to be the best deck right here, right now, in this very format. Let's check it out. Anthony goes first. What do we have to offer here? Anthony Lopez. Okay, it does include K9 cards, and it does include Crystron cards as well. Crystron K9. That would have not necessarily been the first guess that I would have taken, but Anthony Lopez is an enjoyer of that deck, and honestly, I feel like that deck is getting more and more popular, but still it is somewhat slept on. It's still not as big as you would maybe expect it to be, really. It is not as big as maybe it should be. All right, we searched for Lantern. Lantern brings back Jocko. We have the K9 Ripper on the field, making sure to be isolated against any kind of hand effect, such as Nibiru, the Primal Being. Usually, though, when you see 60 cards, you do not expect anything like that. You do not expect any kind of shenanigans involving hand traps, but usually 60 cards are more so hand are breaking decks. We go into River Stormer, and this, ladies and gentlemen, this is why K9 Crystron is such a good deck where people are sleeping on it so heavily, because a lot of the other K9 decks that are using the K9 engine, like K9 Vanquisol, yes, they can transition from the Vanquisol engine into the K9 engine because they naturally have a lot of level 5 monsters. But here, for K9 Crystron, what we're about to see and what we are seeing right here, right now, that deck is actually able to bridge from the K9 engine to the Crystron engine. Because as we can see here, we go for the Infinity Track River Stormer. River Stormer is going to get us the Scrap Recycler. And Scrap Recycler now is going to be able to send a Crystron from the deck to the graveyard. That's massive. That is so cool. And honestly, I'm still a little bit surprised by the fact that we have Anthony Lopez on that K9 Crystron deck. It was not like, it's not the most obvious choice. It's a really good deck, but everybody is talking about K9 Vanquisol, Yummy, Draco Tail, but K9 Crystron, it had a decent showing actually at YCS Anaheim, or no, YCS Vancouver, sorry. But Anthony, with that history of sort of always playing the best deck, it's certainly fun to see that he decided to bring that deck here for today's tournament. SP, Little Knight next. We're bringing all those Cristrons into the graveyard. There's a Crystron Smiger ready to bench itself. Search for the Crystron inclusion. Inclusion activated. It's going to grab another Crystron card. Love how they still have a joyful talk during the match. Yeah, that's honestly, Anthony always is so joyful while playing in general. Anthony just enjoys playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is insanely good at it, but whenever you play against him or when you walk by a table where Anthony is playing at, you will see that he's just vibing. He's just playing, enjoying his time, not being like, he's playing so good. And sometimes I feel like for people it is hard to just play good while being like so talky and so on, so chatty. But for him, it seems as if it is not a problem. Okay, now Fafnir discards V, cluster, destroys V Fafnir, special summons out Tristaros from the deck. Here comes V Solfador back. Funnily enough, I just had a little chat with Lynn before the match, and Lynn actually said that they played against Crystron already in the first round. So back-to-back Crystron opponents. The first one was defeated, but the second one certainly is going to do the best you can do with that Crystron K9 deck, as Anthony just does not stop comboing here. We go for Tristaros Graveyard Effect, special summon 2 Crystron monsters from the deck. Then just making sure that it does not have to be 2 different ones. And nope, you can just special summon 2 of the same name. Go Nova, go Cyber Dragon Infinity. What's so crazy about this vote chat? We're playing against a 60 card deck, and 60 card decks have the history to oftentimes just be fusion decks. Just imagine there is that nice fusion monster in this extra deck. Imagine there is Chimera Tech Mega Fleet in this. If there's Mega Fleet in the extra deck of Lyn, we can just context fuse away the SP Little Knight and the Infinity. That would be such a good start to the turn. But oftentimes 60 card decks, they are kind of struggling to find space in the extra deck. So not sure whether we would be able to include that card into our extra deck here. But Lyn draws for turn, stares down Ripper, Infinity, Aspidel Knight, and the Tristaros. And we also know about the Crystron cluster being set as well. But let's see what that deck is that Lyn brought to the regional here today. Oh, look at Anthony. Anthony is showing it. He's already ready to sacrifice his 2 monsters for a contact fusion. He knows there is a possibility of a Mega Fleet. But so far, that has not happened. So far, no Mega Fleet in sight. Oh. Branded Lost is activated, and Anthony, oh, Anthony now knows what he's up against. 60 card Branded, but let me tell you something, it does not end with that. It's not only 60 card Branded, it is 60 card Branded with a couple of other things. A couple of other things in there as well. But the Branded Lost now, first of all, is it resolving? It does look like it is resolving. We could think, I mean, when you don't negate the Lost though, you cannot negate the other fusion cards anymore. So I feel like you just sort of have to negate this. Or? It's not easy. It's certainly not easy at all. Oh, and there you have it, chat. There you have it. It's not your regular... Ooh, and actually we have Anthony Lopez reading cards. Something you do not see every day. It's not your regular 60 card Branded deck, but this is going to be 60 card Branded Draco Tail. And so we have, next to the K9 cards from Anthony, also the new Draco Tail cards. Everyone is excited to play those new cards from Justice Hunters at the moment. And we have 2 Justice Hunter themes here in the spotlight in this featured match, as We have the activation of Rahu Draco Tail, which is the fusion spell of the deck. Oh, and Anthony, in response to the activation of Rahu Draco Tail, is going to make sure that there is Crystron Cluster taking care of the branded Lost. Destroys that. Now the Rahu. Shuffling Anthony's deck as we had to shuffle back for the Crystron Cluster. What happened to the... Okay, oh, we negated? Yeah, we negated the Rahu Draco Tail with the Infinity, and we also chained the Cluster. Now we figured out what happened there. Ooh, Alubra gets mad with Infinite Impermanence, and there is no reason to continue to play here. We have the Scooperoni from Lin, and that means Anthony is up a game. Crystron K9 is one of the most scariest combo decks that there is right now. No way through this. Just a simple Imperm there on the Alubra seals the deal. And sometimes those 60 card decks just play through everything. Like, we all had that experience before. We play against a 60 card deck and they don't stop. They just keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. Here, though, they were somewhat easy to stop, but also the field from Anthony, of course, was so strong. So, certainly not an easy task there at all. Yes, Darkor, you're right. Lost would have prevented Infinity from negating the activation of the fusion spell, so I just didn't see the activation of Infinity. I was sure that we saw the Cluster, but of course we can just go Cluster Chainlink free after the Infinity on Chainlink too. That worked like a charm. Round 2 out of 8. New rules. But chat, actually, I mean, you tell me the new rules for timeout and for double losses and everything have just been introduced. So you barely would have had a chance to actually play under those new rules so far, because this is literally the first day where that would really be possible. But when looking through the venue, in the last round, in the first round, barely, like, I don't think anyone was playing a minute before timeout. Those new rules, they really incentivize players to up their pace, to play quickly, and honestly, I gotta say I love that. I think that is actually just so nice, because your games just have way less waiting. You're way more encouraged to actually have an interactive, quick game with each other. So it seems like just the overall speed and enjoyment of the game has been improved with that. That was only round 1, of course. Maybe that is going to change for the next couple of rounds. But when people are playing at a reasonable pace, 50 minutes, and we now have 5 additional minutes, of course, should just almost always be enough to finish your matches. All right, and now it looks like Anthony is pile shuffling through there. Can we have... I think actually Anthony was always known to wear a specific cap. It was always the one cap, his lucky charm. I think he replaced it now. It's a different cap. Anthony, maybe with a new lucky charm, maybe this year bringing him his way to the World Championship once more. Yeah, Prime Card Gaming, of course, with the rule changes, also we got the updates to the tournament structure at YCSs. We can definitely talk about that later on as well. When we have a short round and then we have some more time after the interview, I'm very much down to chat about the changes regarding the tournament structure for YCSs as well. Ooh, normal summon now. Aluber, the Jester of Despia here in game 2 from Lin. I do have some opinions on that for sure as well. So we can just talk about that all together in a moment when we find some time. But there is now the effect of Aluber resolving. What card do we wish? Branded Fusion, of course, the no-brainer. But I saw that there's a couple of other options that would be viable as well. What are we going to get here? In 60 cards, there's plenty of cards to find. Oh, which one do we want? It is Branded in High Spirits. When we're searching for Branded in High Spirits, we either just play around Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, or we already have Branded Fusion. Those are like the options I can see here. Quickly reading over Branded High Spirits. But that card, of course, revealing... Oh, Joel and Lockbird being dropped down here from Anthony. And while it is not like there is... Like, Joel and Lockbird against Branded is not as bad as it is against Rydiel or something. But it still definitely does do a pretty big trick. We're revealing Fallen of Albas in our hand. Going to send from the extra deck to the graveyard the Titanic Lad, which of course in the end phase van could summon something such as Quem. And we're searching for the Cartesia. And as Branded in High Spirits is a quick spell, of course that was in response to the Droll and Lockbird, so we could still make sure to search. Now that there is Fawn of Albas in the graveyard, we can use the effect of Cartesia to special summon itself out. There it is. Effect on the field to fusion summon. Anthony considering his options there. Oh, he uses Effect Veiler on that too now. So that's good because it prevents the Cartesia from fusion summoning this turn. But, and that is a very big but, Cartesia has a quick effect on the opponent's main phase as well. So what we might have prevented this turn could still become a problem next turn. But since we used the Cartesia in hand, we can now use the K9 Izuna. What a starting hand from Anthony. That's massive. We go ahead, summon Izuna. Izuna uses its effect, sends Lupus to the graveyard. Lupus now returns to the field. And will, of course, also go ahead and exceed summon. And here the crazy thing is, if we go for Ripper, and I mean, I assume we do go for Ripper, we can just make sure to negate the Titanic Lad in the end phase. Or do we go Ripper? I would have imagined we go Ripper, but maybe not. Maybe it's not Ripper. By the way, we had a super sick trophy for the first Mana Temple Regional in February. But there's going to be another sick trophy this time around. And this time, actually, the trophy is going to be engraved with the name of today's regional. So the trophy is going to be basically produced after the tournament. And then you get a really, really, really cool piece of memorabilia. Oh, Anthony is thinking, what kind of rank 5 do we want to go for here? Lin with the branded Draco Tail deck has not even fusion summoned once on the opening turn. And it doesn't seem like we are going to. Okay, rank 5, that is for sure. And we do go for Valen instead. Valen sets the Cartesia, fair enough. So the quick fusion effect is not that big of a deal now anymore as the monster is face down. But the Titanic Lad now in the end phase still is going to be able to resolve. The thing though, actually this is super smart from Anthony. I really, really, really like this a lot from Anthony because, oh, hold on. I don't know whether Anthony was actually considering that. Everyone expected Guiding Quem, but here comes Fawn of Albas, and Anthony now has to double check. But yes, that is a legitimate and valid option, so we can just bring out Fallen of Albus, fuse away the Valen before it can activate its effect again, to go into Mirror Jade in the end phase. That's strong. That's really, really, really good. But now the Graveyard effect of Valen comes in, destroys Dragon's Mind. That's a good one to hit there. So the Valen still did a huge job here. Definitely the correct decision of Anthony to go for Valen, I would say. Definitely the correct decision, as it already did so much. But we went through Droll, we went through Izuna, and we went through Effect Veiler. So we only have 3 cards in hand, and we're playing against the Mirror Jade. And Mirror Jade is a problem for the Crystron deck. It's very profitable of being destroyed, but being banished, not so much. Being banished is way more of an issue. Let's find out. Oh, looks like we're going into the end phase here. That seems like end phase. Called by the Grey. Okay, we send Albion to banish our own. Aluber. Brandon High Spirits can add itself back. We are indeed now in the turn of Lynn. Anthony, and I said that we did not have that many cards remaining, has to now face everything. And there is branded opening. Anthony having a quick glance again at his hand. Quick look through the graveyard again. Okay, we let it resolve. I was sure we would be picking up our cards here, but Anthony still wants to see whether there's some more to be explored from Lynn's deck. Summons out Aluber. Branded Fusion. And Anthony once more looking at the hand. Faking that this Jokel or Lantern that we had there in our hand is another Izuna. But clearly it's not. And that leads to us picking up our cards and heading into a third game. Anthony Lopez made top 8 last time. I think he even made top 4 at the first Mana Temple Regional here in Luxembourg. The Luxembourg hero, of course. The home turf advantage. It's not many regionals that Anthony can play in his own country, but it's a pleasure and a great feeling for him for sure that now he is able to actually be competing in those regionals, not very far away from his own home. And now we're heading into some more siding. Oh, we see some cards there. Interestingly enough, a bunch of hand interactions. We saw Nibiru, we saw Ghost Ogre, we see DD Crow. Actually, some very interesting tech cards here. The hand interactions are kind of being shuffled around once more. New format, new rules, new cards getting explored. People are still trying to figure out what the best non-engine is to run at the moment. And even Effect Veiler, we even saw that card being used there. Not a card that was too popular in the last format, but looks like that card is seeing a decent amount of play again in this format once more. Okay, Lynn now looking up. Can we find a good hand here? In 60 cards, it's really, you can't really rely on drawing the impactful hand interactions. Just like with 60 cards, you just can't do that. I think you're always just sticking to the field breaking approach. And then you gotta ask yourself the question, what breakers are even good enough against Crystron? I think against Crystron, honestly, Book of Eclipse is decent. Dark Ruler No More is also really decent. Just in general, Lightning Storm and Feather Duster can take care of certain things as well. Droplet, like, the deck is, as a classic combo deck, definitely, it definitely is able to struggle, or it can struggle against some of those usual breakers. But you gotta find those still in 60 cards. That is not a guarantee. That's not a given. That is not necessarily something that would always be sure. Okay, we go in game number 3. Anthony once more will go first. Yeah, it seems like we just play every hand turn at 3, but now going first, we start off with Chaotic Elements, which is a card we see in a lot of K9 decks. A common that is now able to search out the pyro monster that Jokul is. Oh, we now have to reread our very own copy of the Chaotic Elements. Let me also quickly get it up here again, because there seems to be some confusion about it. Nope. Everything good now. Okay, we bring out the... Is that 2 Jokuls? Yeah, that looks like 2 Jokuls to me. Searching for Izuna now. I mean, the cool thing about that breaking approach of the branded Dracotail deck from Lin is we're just never really playing into Izuna. We played into Izuna with activating our own Katija in the hand, sure. But besides that, on our opponent's turn, we're never giving Anthony the chance to just special summon Izuna out for free from the hand due to that effect. Which is cool. Alright. Now Lantern, bring back the Jokul that was detached for Ripper, searching for a case for K9. And in the process of all of that, we have, of course, already also searched for the Forced Released, which is the, we call it rank up spell, essentially. Quick spell that in the main phase can essentially upgrade one of our, and usually the Ripper K9 Exceed monster, into the Werewolf. And now we go into the River Stormer. Scrap Recycler sends the Smiger. We go into Clockwork Knight. Clockwork Knight brings back the Scrap Recycler. We saw it in game 1. We see it again here in game 3. This is why this deck is so nice, because it gives you the consistent ability to just simply transform your K9 opening into a Crystron combo as well. It's so nice that you have that engine just sliding, transitioning into the Crystron package of your deck, which is also just simply so strong. But let's see what we are going to find here. We have the Smiger already in graveyard, but with the Clockwork Knight, we just brought back the Scrap Recycler once more. Timer on 23 minutes, so Anthony thinking this one here through carefully, but definitely has to make sure that we do not end up in a time or in a scenario where timeout is getting close, because you can really not afford that ever, because you cannot risk getting a double loss in your tournament run. That is just something you have to avoid at all costs. Anthony reading through that Sylphefnir carefully, but it is in the end the Sylphefnir that we decide to put into that graveyard. Link to Aspie Little Knight, pretty much essentially what we did in the first game already too, having that Ripper plus Little Knight setup, inclusion, searches cluster, Sylphefnir affecting the graveyard, discards the cluster, destroys the Sylphefnir again, special summons out the Sylphador. Lin is giving the thumbs up. Sylphador sending inclusion and Tristaros. Inclusion effect in the graveyard can also be used to bring back the Tristaros. Alice Galatas now is being synchro summoned. First synchro summon of the turn. We've gone through Exceeds, we've gone through Link summons, and now the synchro summon too. I'm always a big fan. There's actually a fusion monster missing for the Crystron cards, but I'm always a big fan of decks that are combining all the different extra deck mechanics. Okay, Tristaros graveyard effect, bringing back, or bringing out from the decks, Sulfador and Sylphefnir. Alice Galatas effect brings back the Tristaros as well. Nova, Infinity. The field is massively big again. And we already saw in game 1 that there is no Mega Fleet Dragons. So we do not have to fear that. We do not have to play around that. And therefore we can just be completely chill about that. Okay. Cluster certainly in the hand. It was added back, so we at the very least will set that. But looks like it's more than just the cluster. Oh my goodness! It's not only the cluster, but it is 4 set cards all together. Ay, 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 ay. Good luck breaking that, Lin. That could be anything. Could be solemn judgments, could be dimensional barriers, it could just be so many different things. But let's see together now. What is it? Okay, we're starting off with the Draco Tail part of our deck this time around. After in the second game, we tried so hard with our branded cards and they were successful. Now we're trying with Draco Tail again, and that of course is Draco Tail, or K2 Draco Tail this way around. K2 Draco Tail, of course, adds your Draco Tail monster from your deck to your hand. And then if your opponent controls a monster, you can also just fusion summon a dragon or spellcaster monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. So, a search and then immediately a fusion summon as well. That card is broken. Do we respect it with a response here from Anthony? Anthony really considering and immediately using up the first negate there. Infinity deals with the K2 Draco Tail. Alrighty, what's next? In the background there, we have the head judge of the tournament. Ooh! K2 Draco Tail number 2 right after. And actually, I now have to read. You can only activate 1 K2 Draco Tail per turn, so that's huge that Anthony decided to negate there. That is crazy. Due to him negating the activation, Lin was only able to activate the second copy. Of course, in 60 cards, it's not very likely that Lin has 2 copies. But here in that specific case, it was so important that Anthony negated it. And now we search. After Anthony has decided to use the quick synchro effect of Chichawas to go into FA Dawn Dragster, we are searching for, I think that was Lucius? No, that's... Is it Pan? You can barely see the graveyard. So it's Springen's Kid in the graveyard. We use Springen's Kid from our hand. And that does look like Pan, right, chat? You can always help me out. You can always tell me when you spot something that I can barely spot. But that did look like Draco Tail Pan to me. It's the Wind Dragon? Yeah, that should be... That should be the Pan then. It is Pan, yes. Let's go. Thanks for helping, chat. Long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ahead of us. Round 2 only, and we have enough players, 170 in total, to play a total of 8 rounds today. And Pan, of course, when being used for a fusion summon, you can just go ahead and destroy a card in your opponent's side of the field, non-targeting. And of course, we also made sure to fusion summon out the Draco Tail Artharion. And Artharion now will target monsters on the field up to the amount of monsters we used for this card from the hand. And we used 2 cards from the hand for it. And we're trying to return them to the hand. So we have Pan and we have Artharion. This deck, this Draco Tail deck, is so good at playing through fields. It is so good. Okay, yeah, we have to use infinite impermanence on this. That does make sense. You cannot afford to just have 2 cards being given back to the hand. But with the Pan, still we're able to destroy 1 card. And yes, Chris, this is indeed Anthony Lopez. We're still getting the chance to set Rao Draco Tail there. Destroying the Ripper. And if you're wondering how that card was set there, and Draco Tail, and all the Draco Tails in general, they are so crazy because you can just simply set the Draco Tail spell trap first and then destroy a monster on the field. It's actually insane. Like those Draco Tail cards, when they get going, when you get to start fusion summoning, it's just so insane. I really like the combination of branded and Draco Tail cards as well. And Chris, this is game number 3. Anthony started game number 3 and now is facing whatever Lin and that Draco Tail branded deck has ready. And we already started off pretty decently strong here. Okay, fusion deployment. Hold on. Fusion deployment could mean all kind of different things. Chris, I mean, they only have 15 minutes remaining. And whenever you're wondering what game it is, I can just tell you. When you're wondering what game it is, just ask me in chat, and I will gladly tell you. Okay, fusion deployment is resolving as we are there revealing something from our extra deck. Going for Fallen of Albas, so we must have revealed something that has Fallen of Albas as a material. The reveal was Mirror Jade. Okay, nice. Fallen of Albas now has to discard another card from hand, though, if we want to use the effect. That's costly. Or are we not using the effect? Maybe we're not using the effect, actually. But we are using Izuna now. That's rough, having another Izuna there. Because with the destruction of the Ripper, we actually were trying to make sure that the rank up spell is also not going to have any use anymore. But now with the Izuna, it actually makes the rank up spell live again as well, as we are on our opponent's turn. Rank 5 exceeds summoning into Valon. And Valon cannot just destroy the set Draco Tail fusion spell before it would even be able to activate its effect. No Rahu Draco Tail for you, Lin. And yeah, looks like we have just not activated the effect of Fallen of Albas here. Oh! Oh wait, yeah, true. Oh, never mind. The on-field effect, of course, is a Book of Moon. Never mind. Oh. What's that? Looks like we're crashing in the battle phase. Yup. Crashing in the battle phase. Into the infinity. Dawn Drexler negates. Oh, negates for Brandon and Red. Showing all the Draco Tail cards, but this time we opened. And Anthony Lopez goes ahead and takes the win here in round number 2. As per usual, Anthony Lopez winning, but of course on home turf in his home country, it is even more nice. It is even nicer. It is even more exciting because, of course, winning a regional in your own country when you are from that small of a country as Luxembourg is even nicer. GG's to both. Yeah, for sure, Coin Canape. I gotta say as well, that was a good game from both. Both brought very interesting decks, not the classic decks necessarily you would expect. Definitely the K9 Crystron deck, a little more expected than the 60-card Draco Tail branded deck, but certainly both decks I'm glad we got to feature here, we got to showcase. That is very cool to see. But Anthony with that staying undefeated. Okay, chat. The plan now is basically doing an interview with Anthony first, asking him a couple of questions about the match and also whether he's going to be grinding for the World Championship qualifying points again. And then afterwards, because that round was somewhat quick, we can also go ahead and talk a little bit about the rule changes regarding YCSs and everything as well. Do we know how many rounds there will be? Yeah, can kind of be 8 rounds total. We are 170 players, so that is 8 rounds in total. So plenty more Yu-Gi-Oh to be played throughout the day, and I'm very, very excited for that. So I'll just quickly grab Anthony, and then we'll be right back, everyone. All right, everyone, and here we have him, our winner of the round 2 featured match, Anthony Lopez. How did it feel to play a Luxembourg regional again?
It feels like home.
It feels like home. Literally is home, right? Last time I think you finished top 4 in February,
Yes.
and this time going to go for another finish like that.
I'm hoping. First time I'm playing the deck, first time I'm reading the cards, so let's see where it goes.
Wait, your own cards?
Yes.
So why is that? Did you not play for a while? You just picked up a new deck, or why are you reading them for the first time now?
No, I just took a break from Yu-Gi-Oh for like a month. I
Fair.
came back last year for the World Championship, which was quite good, and you did a very good well casting of it.
Thank you, thank you.
And I saw the cards there for the first time. I saw them, oh, it's pretty cool. And then I discussed with other people, and they were talking about K9 Crystron. I'm like, oh, it sounds like a cool deck. Does a lot. Toolboxy,
Yeah.
plays hand trap. I like those decks. Let's try it.
Yeah, because honestly, you are always someone that I view as a player that doesn't really do anything fancy, that doesn't just try to like be the most creative player in the field, but rather someone that just tries to find the best deck for a tournament. So would you agree, or do you think differently?
I mean, I don't know if it's the best deck, but it's a good fit for me. It gives me the tools to try to win. Like there are many interactions that I still don't know of course.
Yeah.
And it just feels nice to have options when you play. So
Yeah, no, because usually you're playing some meta deck, and usually you are like on one of the meta decks. So I was honestly already a little bit surprised to see you on K9 Crystron, because that is not the first deck that is up on the list right now.
Oh, yes.
Like I would have expected you to rather be on Vanquish Soul K9 or something like that. So.
or even Yummy with 15 hand traps. Yeah.
Exactly, right?
Yes.
But still, you decided to go with the Crystron deck. What is it? I mean, you said you took a break, so you're kind of just getting into the action now again. But what is it that at first you said this over other decks right now? Is it the fact that you can bridge into the Crystron cards with the K9 cards, or what got you sold on the Crystron deck?
I mean, that feels really good while playing for the few rounds I've played.
Yeah.
To just bridge into the engines and just feel like that you always have an engine that always do a pop and negate and always for level 5 follow-up.
Yeah.
But it's also that I tested a lot of the deck for YCS Birmingham, where Crystron was released.
True.
And the deck just wasn't good enough against Detonator, so I saw the opportunity to finally play it, so finally put to work what I've learned, so why not?
Okay, so you're very familiar with the Crystron part,
Yes.
but the K9 part now is freestyling so far.
Yes.
That's cool. And of course, you're always grinding. It feels like you're grinding every season. Is that going to be the case for this season? Are you trying to collect world
No.
points? No?
No, this season I will do the big events. I
Yeah.
will do maybe the German Opens, Dutch Opens and stuff like that, but I'm taking it chill. I've grinded for the last 5 years, so
Yeah.
now I think I'll try to take the long way and just try to get to the playoffs with YCSs.
Usually when people say that they're just chilling that season, then in the end that's a season where they didn't just like win a tournament and all of a sudden, okay, yeah, now I'm kind of in it again, and so that's going to be interesting to see. But
Hopefully it happens.
yeah, I mean, of course, I'm wishing you best of luck with that. But diving into your match a little bit deeper that you had there for round 2, a matchup you probably did not expect necessarily to see, Branded. with the Dracote cards, of course. Those are a little bit more expected. But then, what were you thinking when you saw that there's 60 cards on Lin's side?
Oh,
What were your expectations? Like, was Branded your first thought, or did you think about other options?
I mean, she told me she was playing a rogue deck. I was not believing her. I was like, oh, she's also on K9 Chris Round or something like
Yeah.
that. And then I took the deck in my hand. Was like, oh, yo, this is big. And I did not really think a lot because I was just going first, and then I just do my board, and there's not a lot of variation to it. It's not a really combo deck.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just go see on the fly what he plays and what my opponent does for his interruptions. And the first card she activated was Normal Summon Alistair, I think.
Aluber, yeah.
Yes, and oh no, not Alistair, Aluber.
Oh,
Sorry.
the Branded lost, and then the which fusion?
Oh, it was Lost, and then the Dracotail
The
fusion.
Dracotail fusion spell, yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
and I just looked at her. I was like, there's no way I'm playing against Branded again after all of these years. And the Branded part, I know pretty much all the cards, all of the
Yeah.
combos. I mean, I have never done them, but I've played so much against it. I should know them at least what it does. So obviously the last thing that I should have populated it was pretty straightforward. I just had to read that it was a fusion summon on the card because it's German, and reading the German card where there's a lot of text, it's really hard. So I just tried to look at the image and guess what the effect is.
I mean, you're a man of all languages, though. Like, you could just pick up a German card and casually read it, and
Yes.
also, like, how many languages is it again that you speak?
5. But I can also read Italian cards, so that's
Okay,
it's very
okay.
important.
It actually, for Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament, is very
Yes.
important, yeah. It actually is. So, yeah, game 1, it was pretty quickly, pretty straightforward then,
Yes.
because after the Lost Pop and then the Imperm on the Aluber, nothing really happened afterwards anymore. Pretty quickly scooped it up. And then game 2, you actually, like, you had multiple interactions. You had
Yes.
the Joel, you had the Veiler, and you had the Izuna to go into the Valon on your turn. You thought about going to Valon for a very, very, very long time. What was your
Yes.
other option you were considering? Did you consider Ripper maybe, or what was the thought there?
The thing is, I had the turn started with Normal Summon Aluber,
Yeah.
and I had Veiler, Droll, and Izuna. So Izuna, I don't know if it would be alive in the Brandon matchup. Fortunately, Cartesian activates, so
Yeah.
I never thought about it. So at that point, my two only real hand traps in my mind were Veiler and Droll. And I was thinking, I was trying to guess if she has enough space to play the combo to play through Droll when Aluber resolves by searching for High Spirits. And I was like, there's no way, I just roll her. She searched High Spirits, I'm like, oh.
Yeah. And there it was, man. And yeah, that. But then the Valon actually was quite nice because you got to book the possible threat of the Cartesia and then
Yes.
also use the graveyard effect to immediately also destroy. I think Dragon's Mind you destroyed there, which was of course
Yes.
nice to get rid of as well. But then you just couldn't follow it up.
Oh no,
you
I had one Droggle in hand and
Yeah.
she had no cards and I was like, there's no way I got outplayed by then.
outplayed by that. And then game 3, you just did the regular combo again. It was funny in game 1 already. You were like, before any move from Lin's side, you were like kind of already taking the SP and the Infinity, and we're like,
Yeah.
Are you expecting to get Mega Fleeted today?
Oh, at least once. It
At
will
least
be
once.
funny, but we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, and then probably like if you see it game 1, you just play around in game 3 or game 2 or
The
whatever.
thing is,
then-
I don't think people will have it game 1, but she was playing 60 cards, so
Yeah, you never
I
know.
was thinking you never know because it's a pile deck, so why
Yeah.
not? And then after side, I know there is no fleet because it's a fusion deck, and Branded Fusion cannot activate if there is a. Oh no, it's a fusion monster. What am I saying?
Yeah, I think it would have. But I think if it is, it's maybe they sided, but yeah, you got lucky on
Yeah, I
them
got
not
lucky.
having it.
For sure, I got lucky. Yes.
It's good that you believe. Oh yeah, they couldn't do it. Oh yeah, it's a fusion monster.
Yeah, it's a fusion monster. Oh wow.
But okay, so you're 2-0 now. Home turf advantage. Is it going to be a top 8 finish again for you?
I hope. Let's see. I mean, I wouldn't really deserve it, so let's hope I just get lucky and play good. For now, it's okay. I mean, I don't even know if I played bad because I never played the deck before, but we will see during the rounds.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Any shoutouts to the people at home?
Shoutouts to everyone here. Shoutouts to Ty for organizing this. To Mana Temple. And shoutouts to JPG. I don't have the jersey because it was a bit weird to walk around my hometown with it until here, so I'm sorry about that. But shoutouts to my team, of course.
Alrighty, then good luck for the rest, and
Yeah,
see
good
you
luck.
around maybe in a later feature match.
Hopefully.
All right. Okay, chat. And as promised, we now, as we are in between rounds, between round 2 and 3, and there is still a little bit of time left until the third round starts, we can talk a little bit more about the rule changes that just happened for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Very big stuff that is already implemented partly also into today's tournament, because of course today we have the 50-minute rounds and the double match loss if a match finishes in timeout somehow. Honestly, starting off immediately with that part, I'm a big fan. I think making that just takes so many problematic things out of the game. And immediately in round 1, we saw almost no one finished in timeout. Like, it's so nice that we do not have to worry about intentional draws anymore. When we're calculating tiebreakers and how many people are going to make top cut and so on like that from now on, we do not have to worry about the draws factor anymore either. It's actually just so much better. And yes, I know the double match loss factor is scary. I get that. But I think the biggest fear that people have at the moment is that people would be intentionally, maliciously try to drag you down, like being like, okay, if I cannot win this match, you should also not win this match, and therefore I will like not scoop and we will just have this as a double loss. I think that is going to happen so incredibly rarely though. And still, chat, that is considered to be cheating, because that is slow playing. That is just like, if people do that intentionally, they will be caught for that. They will be called out for that. They will get penalties for it. So I think the downside of that is just going to be very, very, very little. And the upsides that it is providing are massive. So I am actually a huge, huge fan of it. Additionally, of course, there also is the update to the tournament structure of YCSs and like tier 3 and higher events where Top Cut is being played. And that basically means now we have 3 more rounds of Swiss for the big YCSs, and we only play top 8 in all tournaments that have a top cut from now on as well. And that got a lot of critique from a lot of the top players, but also overall from the community. And actually, just I always thought people were asking for more Swiss rounds. I always thought it is, and I still think, and therefore I am somewhat, I still want to see how it turns out in practice, but I think it is actually profitable for good players if you are playing more Swiss rounds and only cut down to a smaller top cut, because that just gives you more chance, more rounds to like get the variance out of the picture. I think it's weird, like we just have to now reinvent in the Yu-Gi-Oh community how we view tops, because if you now finish 16th after Swiss, you're not playing top cut, but you possibly still top the event. I'm not sure, because maybe because it's still a crazy accomplishment to get 16th place, to get top 16 in a 2,000 plus player event. So I think we will just reinvent what that top means. Because if you just do a deck profile, you label it as top 16, sure, you did not make it into that top 8 single elimination stage, still you had a crazy tournament run, and I think a lot of people will be eager to see what deck you play to get into top 16. So I think we just have to change our view on how this whole system works, and it is going to be different from what it is or from what it was until just now. But I think overall, I believe it will be a net positive, and I'm looking forward to it a lot. Let me know your thoughts about it in the chat as well, and we can further discuss. And in the meantime, I'll try to get ourselves a new feature match for round number 3. We will be right back with that. So see you in just a moment for more live Yu-Gi-Oh! Action here from the Mana Temple Regional in Luxembourg. Alrighty, and we are just right back into the action, and it does not stop with the good players. Table won this round, and we do have two players that have performed really well at big tournaments before. We have Junior from France versus Yannis from Germany, and we do have Junior starting things off with pre-preparation of rights. Honestly, I saw so little Mitsurugi over the last couple of weeks. It felt like everyone just ignored the existence of the Mitsurugi cards since the new stuff is out, since Justice Hunter release. But in round 1, we saw Mitsurugi, and now we also have Junior being on the Mitsurugi deck. And on the other hand, we have Yannis, very much a regular, very much playing a lot of tournaments, and very much is also with a good tournament start here today. Let's see. Okay, nothing on resolution. We special summon from the hand. We ritual summon from the hand even with the Mitsurugi ritual using from the deck. Both. Okay. Oh, do we have to use something from the hand? We're going back to our hand, so maybe we do. Also, again, of course, the question, is this pure Mitsurugi or is this Mitsurugi Raisiel? Round 1, we saw pure Mitsurugi, but of course it could be Mitsurugi Raisiel this time around. We go ahead, tribute Aramasa, tribute Kusanagi, Kusanagi trying to add back Ritual, and also the Aramasa will search for what I would imagine is going to be the... Okay, Futsu! Futsu is giving us somewhat of a sign that this may just very well again be pure Mitsurugi. That deck is just very popular. A lot of people enjoying that deck again. It was very much fallen out of favor in Euros format. Barely anyone really had much success with it. I think we had one play in top 16 with it, but not much besides that. That was Josh Kelly there. And now more people are enjoying it again, and we go into Murakumo with the ritual summon from the deck now. Chad, what do you think? Is Mitsurugi still one of the top decks, one of the top dogs? Or is it just a weird picture here so far because we are only in round 3 where we see 2 Mitsurugi decks now already? Okay, Mitsurugi Prayers, Tributes V, Habakiri. It feels like this would be pure Mitsurugi. Okay, we search for Aramasa. And yeah, I mean, when you play multiple Aramasa, I think it's fair to rule out that this is anything but pure Mitsurugi. It should just be pure Mitsurugi. In case you've never seen Junior before, Junior, for example, was in the World Championship points playoff 2 years ago. And it's just, in general, a regular at the top tables of big tournaments all over Europe. I'm a dinosaur saying, I think Pure Mitsu is the best deck. Can play the best non-engine, has in-engine outs for the tower decks while also having one of the best grinds and endboards against the current meta. Okay. I'm a dinosaur, you are very or like, you have a very strong opinion on it. That's crazy. Okay, we go Dugaris. Dugaris effect. Drawing 2, discarding 1. Maybe people just disregarded this deck too much. Maybe it really is still so strong. Discards a Perulia. As we already have a field, we will not use that anymore. Go for Link 2 with the Habakiri. Oh, yeah. Same thing as we saw in round 1. This is Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. Go ahead, use these 2. By the way, chat, I don't know whether I've mentioned it, but this is table number 1 of the tournament right now. Go into Engraver. Engraver effect. Oh no, not Engraver effect, but we're equipping the Requiem through its own effect to the Engraver. Looks like another super small Fiendsmith package, as it is usually being played in those Fiendsmith Mitsurugi decks. Make Necroquip. Engraver comes back after putting back the Moon. And there we have the rank 6 into the Caesar. Caesar in defense position though, okay. You do not see that every day in game 1. I'm curious about that. Maybe, I think Junior and Giannis may test together, and therefore maybe Junior knows what Giannis is on. Maybe Junior knows that this is some kind of breaker Yami deck? Interesting. Okay, we bring back the Murakumo. We bring out the Futsu. By the way, great to see all of you in chat. Really, really love that. Haven't been streaming in a while because I was so busy with World Championship and stuff, but fun to have a chat to interact with here today. Everyone that is watching, feel free to chat. I'm reading chat on the side and looking forward to a fun day with you. And we search for Mitsurugi Magatama there. Set 1, set 2. Set 3 even. End of main phase. And it is the turn of Giannis. Let's see what Giannis is cooking. Giannis is not looking particularly happy. Infinite Impermanence on the Caesar. That's a start. Okay, chaining Murakumo. And we are discarding Veiler so that the Infinite Impermanence is resolving. Okay, and it is Yami. My thought about this possibly being a breaker Yami deck was not too incorrect. It is the normal summon there right away of Cookie Yami. Oh wait, no, it's not Cookie, it's Capsi. Capsi Yami it is. Marco Uber is asking what will you play tomorrow if you want to tell. Yeah, I'm playing a regional myself tomorrow. I will not just spoil yet what I'm going to play though. I don't want to tell everyone just yet. And looks like Capsi Yami is resolving. So we can add 1 Yami card from our deck to our hands. The new cutest deck in the game. And we are searching for Lollipo Yami. Oh, Magatama. Tributes Futsu, destroys the Lollipo. Destroys the Capsi. Magatama and after the Magatama we activate the Futsu and we activate the Mirror. Melfis are still the cutest? I don't know. Have you looked at the Yami cards? I think they are definitely making a case for themselves as well. Okay, Yami surprise. Junior tried very hard to get rid of the Yami body there on the field, trying to prevent the Snatchy before it could come down, but there now is also Dominus Impulse to make sure that there never is a Yami body on the field for too long, so no Snatchy access for Giannis, and game 1 goes to Junior. Pearly are the cutest? Pearly forever? Okay. I mean, I definitely can accept Pearly as an opinion. Pearlies are cute as well, but the Yummies are sick as well. Snake Eye Poplar is the cutest. I am not opposed to that opinion as well. TVM. Yami struggles so much into Mitsu. Yeah, actually, I think the main reason to play Mitsurugi decks right now is probably the Yami matchup. Because the Yami matchup is really so good. Because if you just consistently clear their monsters, and Murakumo and other parts of the deck are just entirely about clearing monsters off the field, the Yami deck can just never really shine. Who won game 1? That was just Junior winning game 1 there. And of course, Impulse is like still stays a super crazy card. That deck is just nice. So that was a super swift game 1. By the way, chat, I have an update for you. I talked to the head judge after round 2. We have 170 players, meaning 85 tables per round. So far in the tournament, we have finished 170 matches already. Out of 170 matches, 0 have ended with a double loss because of timeout. 0. That is something that I think should give a lot of you at home maybe some safety, because it is very much possible, if you play accordingly, to finish your matches in 50 minutes. Alrighty though, game 2 now getting underway though. Game 2 getting underway. Oh my, the second time today I get to see my most favorite card in the game. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage, baby. I'm so glad this card is just everywhere again. We saw it in Yuna's Mella's deck. We see it again here in Yana's deck. Search Hornet Drones, specials a token. There's the token, turns into Kagari. Ooh, Imperm on the Kagari, okay. Oh, and we saw that Junior is playing Impulse, so Impulse with a trap card in graveyard now could go crazy, but we do not even have to get to that point. No starters, no yummy monsters for Giannis. We have to set to and pass. Ay, 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 ay. Not the best yummy experience here at all. Oh, activate Habakiri in hand. Ay, yay, 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 yay. Mitsurugi Ritual has to be responded with by the by the Solemn Judgment. Wait, oh, we ashed Habakiri and we judgmented the ritual. Ashing Habakiri is very uncommon, but sad one, it was successful. It was a little bit of a gamble from Giannis, but it pays off. Ashing Habakiri is something you rarely see, but it was just exactly what Giannis needed here. And then the Solemn Judgment after makes sure that turn goes back to Giannis. Oh. Do we just go into the battle phase now, or have we finally found a starter? Oh no, we just swinging. Not like this. Direct attack by Kagari coming in. There's no way. Yami is so consistent, but it doesn't look like that here. Pass it back over. Oh no, we're setting another card. Sets one more card, Junior, and passes it over. Giannis, do we finally have a Yummy card? This cannot be real. Where is your Yummy? Yummy? Hello? Hello? Nah. Nah. Direct attack once more coming in from the Kagari. This game is insane. And we're passing once more. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Habakiri being once per duel matters a lot here. Oh, it does. Oh, we're setting a monster. We are playing 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Honestly, in 2010, the decks did more than this at the moment. This is crazy. And Giannis also has to laugh about it. Oh, we found a yummy monster. Finally. Finally, we got one. Cookie Yummy. Cookie Yummy is being normal summoned, and together with the Kagari, we turn that into the Kapsi Yummy way. Oh, Forbidden Droplet is being used. Discards the Habakiri from the hand, as we don't need that anymore. Oh, is that another judgment? Is that another judgment? Oh, it's fine. Okay. Now turning the Kapsuyami way into Snatchy. This is more and more looking good for Giannis. Snatchy effect on summon. Places the Akroke into the field spell zone. Activates it right away. Crocky effect. Dominus Impulse. And I talked about it. There is a trap card with the infinite impermanence already in the graveyard. Means if this resolves... Oh, it's minion. Oh yeah, you're right. That's minion. You're so right. That is minion indeed. It is Yummy Movement minion. It is the other field spell. But yeah, Dominus Impulse with a trap engrave means that this one is being destroyed here. Yeah, chat. If you hear or see me talking nonsense, immediately make sure to correct me. We're all here watching this together today. There is Yummy Surprise now. No surprise, that card was known. Brings back Cookie Yummy. My Goatcaster never talks nonsense. Sometimes I do, Mixman. Appreciate it, but of course, sometimes in a long day, when you're on your own casting, and when you talk 24/7 the entire time, you will have a slip up once in a while. Okay, here comes Snatchy again. Direct attacks flying in. As long as we still get you, it's absolutely fine. Okay. But I'll try to provide you with high-class commentary today. I mean, this is round 3. We have 8 rounds in total. It's going to be marvelous. Also, chat, one thing we have to talk about today is when is that Forbidden Unlimited list going to come? Because it is coming after the World Championship. They told us that. It was announced to be after Worlds. It is after Worlds now. So when is it going to be? Maybe next Monday? After this weekend or something? I could see it. Maybe this weekend even? Tomorrow? Who knows? But certainly it gotta be soon. Okay. 2 set cards and we pass it over to Junior. And Junior packs it up. That game looked rough, but in the end still, it is a successful one for Giannis, who manages to, with in the beginning only attacks from Sky Striker Ace Kagari, seal the deal and take this game down. TCG Jordan is saying hopefully before Lille. If not, we're back into 6-month territory. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, if it's not before Lille, it's a very, very long format. The format changed now, of course, with Justice Hunters, but still. I also just, for the entertainment factor, I hope it is going to be for Lille. Just having things, shake it up, new things. Even if the list is not big, it's always good to have a new list. Oh, we see some more non-engine decisions there. We see Junior is on the Book of Eclipse. That card is being more popular again. There's Perulias, there's Fuvalos. Those are not a surprise. Non-engine right now is just completely wide open. You can try out whatever you like. Breakers are being more popular again. We see Forbidden Droplet left and right. We see Book of Eclipse in some decks too. It is definitely a fun format to be in right now. Certainly a fun format. So, important side decking and shuffling now before that last and remaining third game. They should make sure that they are shuffled up good here, because they need this game if they want to win this match, if they want to stay undefeated in the tournament. Mitsurugi Fiendsmith or Yami. And just on paper, the matchup is very, very favorable for Mitsurugi Fiendsmith, but who knows, who knows, who knows. Sometimes some decent side deck tech cards, sometimes a Droll and Lockbird or something like that could already be able to turn things around. But we shall see now. Final cut. Friendly fist bump before that third game. Let's see it. Junior, the one starting things off. Oh, main phase fine. Normal Aramasa. That's cool. No response from Giannis. Searches for Habakiri. Joel and Lockbird. Okay. Now we're talking. Now this game is competitive. That is the... Oh, no. Call by the Graves. And now the game is absolutely not competitive anymore. The one-off called by the Grave. Calling Yanni's name here. Calling the name of Roland Lockbird. Making sure that Junior can just continue however he likes. Not today, Bucko. Yup. You tried to draw me. Nope. Try another day. Try another day. Night Sword Serpent and Kusanagi are being used from the deck to ritual summon out the Futsu from the hand. Night Sword Serpent now onto the field. Joel got a phone call. Yeah, urgent phone call that made that Roland Lockbird disappear from the graveyard and run into the banishment. Ritual from the deck brings out the Murakumo. And now the Habakiri, of course, is going to return from the graveyard as well. Searching out the Mitsurugi prayers before doing so. Oh, maybe not the prayers. Oh yeah, we searched for the prayers. Indeed we did. Now the Mitsurugi Mirror 2 tributes Futsu. Brings back Habakiri. Futsu comes back too. We are going to make one hell of a big field here on Junior's side. This is going to be as big as it gets for pure Mitsurugi with the Fiendsmith engine. We're going to see Caesar. We're going to probably go through either Dugaris or the Gallant Granite. We're about to see which one we're going to go for. We saw Dugaris multiple times, and I think post-siding Dugaris makes even more sense, and then we have it again. Because you just want to draw into your side deck cards, for example, Solemn Judgment or something like that. Worth digging deeper into your deck. Drawing two, and now having a difficult decision apparently on what to discard off of this. Discards Forbidden Droplet. Okay, your hand must be good if you are discarding Forbidden Droplet. Here comes the Moon of the Closed Heaven. Fiendsmith Requiem Effect. And the Engraver is still in the deck, ready to be summoned out. There it is. Still plenty of time in this third game, so it looks like we will be able to just play this one out fully, and currently it looks amazing for Junior. Brings out Necro Quip. Effect. Engraver. Nothing from Janus' side. I think Nibiru would have come down at that point. So it is not going to be there. Rank 6. Here comes Caesar. Once more in defense position. Being decently afraid of that Lightning Storm that possibly could be in the deck of Janus. Mitsurugi Prayers next. Searches for another Habakiri. We're paying 800 life points to make sure that there also is going to be another monster summoned out. What do we even want from this here? We already have such a big setup. There's barely anything we could even add to this. Okay, just another body, bring out the Aramasa. Why not activate the effect of the Mitsurugi Mirror and of course also the Habakiri, not the Habakiri, the Murakumo. At this point, we're almost running out of zones to summon monsters into. That's a luxury to have on the side of Junior here. Did he search the Omni Negate Trap? No, I think we searched for... I'm almost certain we searched for Prayers instead of for Great Purification. Now we search for Magatama. There's a world where we don't play Purification. I think in the recently successful pure-ish Mitsurugi decks, oftentimes we saw them not playing Purification. So maybe he doesn't play it. He did search for Trap? Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Amelia saying we did search for Trap cards. Set free. That is plenty to overcome. Janus draws for turn, and it is now his task to break all of that. And let me tell you, that is not an easy task. Janus kind of looks like he is resigning there, but he may as well try. There is no reason to scoop. He may as well try to play into this. Janus needs a miracle. Oh, he does need a miracle for sure. How do we start this off? Happiest Feather Duster is a start. That should bait out Purification, and there we have the confirmation that it is there. No response. Effect Futsu. Ooh. I think Janus has Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, so we could use Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion on the returning Futsu, and that is what Janus is considering here right now. Is the Futsu really that scary though? For follow-up it's great, because it's just giving you so many bodies, but maybe you should just rather try to go after something else. Janus thinking this one through carefully. And, oh, that was the pump fake. Almost activated it, but it is resolving. For the people wondering at home whether players can hear me, they are like quite literally only like 2.5 meters away from me, but I'm here in that sick casting booth where I'm like completely isolated from them. It's a really nice venue, and therefore they cannot hear what I'm saying. Does Junior have prayer set? He should have prayer set, yeah. Okay, normal summon Kapsi Yami. Kapsi Yami activates the effect of Murakumo now. Discards the ghost spell. Okay, Janus decided we need their card in hand to discard it. We need it. Janus is having a very, very tough task here, but he seems at least not completely broken just yet. Searches for Lollipo. Link one, okay. This time Junior allows Janus to go into Snatchy, not doing everything he can to get rid of it. Actually, we know about Magatama, chat. We searched for Magatama, I'm pretty sure. There should be Magatama set. Now Futsu effect from Junior's side. Brings back Kusanagi. Kusanagi effect. Trying to add back prayers. That's fine. And now the Magatama on the Snatchy. Snatchy, not for very long. Okay. Field empty, so we can activate Obedience School, but it is immediately negated by the Caesar, slamming down the Lollipo and the minion. No way to get through this impressive free field from Junior's side, and Junior makes sure that his record stays undefeated. Mitsurugi, still a deck to be considered. Still one of the top decks, apparently. I'm curious, again, I will have Junior on for a quick interview, of course, in just a moment. I'm curious to hear whether he believes it is just absolutely still one of the best decks in the format right now, or what his reasoning is on why he is playing this Mitsurugi Fiendsmith deck here. That was an entertaining round. Was super strong openings, or were super strong openings from Junior back to back in game 1 in game 3. But GG's, yeah. I'm going to grab Junior for an interview, and then we will be right back with that. So don't go anywhere. Interview coming in a moment. You probably got convinced by Kelly? Maybe, yeah, maybe. And there we are, joined by Junior here, our round 3 featured match winner.
Yeah.
And Junior, tell us about it. Why are you playing the Mitsurugi Fiendsmith deck? Have you played it for so long and you just don't want to change, or do you think it's just still one of the best decks?
Okay, so I play Mitsurugi. I start to play Mitsurugi for the national, French national, and I continue to play it against Euro. And after the new support, after a lot of testing, I found about the deck has a easy matchup against Yumi.
Yeah.
And if you play really good, you can have a good matchup against Canine version 2, and the Dragtail version is, matchup is so easy too. So I think it's a better choice for me.
Nice. What were your matchups so far today? Because we saw just that the Yummy matchup is indeed very good, because you couldn't do anything against you game 3 and game 1 as well. So what were your other 2 matchups so far?
I played round 1 against Evil Twin Finsmith, and round 2 against Malice.
Okay. How's the Malice matchup?
It's different because I don't play Lancea, for example.
Ooh.
So it's a new format.
Yeah.
I think Malice is not the most popular deck.
For sure.
So the matchup necessitates to play really clean, and I think about you must to know every interruption in the matchup.
But that's a cool thing about the Mitsurugi deck, right? Because it gives you the chance, right? Like, it is a very technical deck. It gives you a lot of freedom to do your plays, and you are really, like, if you're a good player with it, you profit a lot. So, and I mean, you already show that by being 3-0 right now. So talking about the match a little bit that you just played there against Giannis, game one, did you know that he's on Yami? You probably did,
Yeah,
right?
I know because it's my teammate.
Yeah.
We test together,
Yeah.
so I know the deck the deck he played.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy when I see my pairings.
Yeah.
So,
Because you
Ju-
know Yami is
yeah,
a good
yeah.
matchup. Yeah, for sure.
and if I go first or second, it's not a real problem because you have Murakumo in your deck,
Mm.
and if you resolve your Murakumo, the game state is very easy.
Nice. And the Caesar, you summoned in defense position all the time because you were afraid of Lightning Storm?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. And Yami is a deck that can already
Yeah,
play
he
that in the
can-
main deck,
yeah.
right? Yeah, I see. Okay, fine.
And
that's
he
good.
can beat my Caesar with at battle phase, so it's just better, I think, to summon it in defense.
Yeah, fair enough. Then game two, it was actually unconventional because Giannis decided to use Ash Blossom on your on your Habakiri.
Yeah.
I honestly, you don't see that every day, right?
I don't see that. So I think he's playing probably against top deck Kusanagi because if I top deck Kusanagi, I can just put back my Saji and try to play the next turn.
Fair.
So in this situation, in this situation,
Yeah.
I think it's better to ash. I think it's better to ash the Abakiri.
Yeah.
And he played very good.
Yeah, it worked
Yeah.
out for him as well because then with the Solemn Judgment after on the ritual, you just had no
Yeah.
play anymore. It was a really funny game where it went back and forth. It felt like 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh! Just direct attack, set a monster.
Like Edison format.
yeah, exactly. So in the end, he was able to win it then, and we saw that you didn't win because of that card, but we saw you using Dominus Impulse as well in your deck.
Yeah.
Is that also a reason why you're playing this deck? Because
Yes,
that card was so good.
Yeah, it's
still very good.
Yeah, still very good. And because I played only one engraver, it's only to do Caesar.
Yeah.
So I think if I want to use my impulse very hard or earlier, I just cook my Caesar, and if I go second, normally I don't have to summon Caesar.
Yeah, no, that's fair, absolutely. And then game three, like you even had too many monsters basically, right? You didn't even know what to do with all of them because you just had everything and more. And was there anything that could have broken this, or after your first turn, were you already kind of sure that you're going to win?
When I go first, after I see my hand, I know what hand board I want.
Yeah.
So if I have a lot of monsters on the board, I know the line to play, I think, better.
Okay. And then that Cult by the Grave, of
Yes,
course. That
carry
helped.
me.
That helped.
She carried me, for sure.
Stopping that Roland Lockbird was massive. But yeah, still undefeated.
Yeah.
And we saw you in previous seasons actually making it to the playoff for the World's Playoff for the points. Are you planning on grinding this season again?
Yeah. It's my main goal for the season. Try to go again in the playoff, and this one try to maybe go to the world.
And I mean, this year or next year rather, Japan.
Yeah.
Right? That's a cool thing.
I do
think
my
this year-
passport for that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be my best and see after the end of season.
All right. I mean, then best of luck for today.
Thank
you
you.
get as many points as possible. Maybe we see you back on the feature for the finals.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I
Thanks for
think
the interview
you too.
and have a nice day.
You too.
All right, everyone. Yeah, you can just perfect. That was Junior and his take on the current format, take on the Mitsurugi Fiendsmith deck. And as you heard, he's going to grind this season. He's going to try to make it to the World Championship this year, or rather next year, but this season. And yeah, I mean, every round, top-notch players. We have the creme de la creme. We have the best players of Europe. Plenty high-level and experienced players. And we are going to keep on presenting you those here on the stream. This regional here in Luxembourg, hosted by Mana Temple, is truly special. And we will be right back after a short break with round number 4. Welcome back, everyone, to the live coverage of the Mana Temple Regional here, live from Luxembourg. And we are now already in round number 4. And for round number 4, as you can already see on your screen, we do have Andreas versus Noam. And both are undefeated, as this is table 2 of the tournament right now. And I can already promise you that we are going to see a deck that we have not seen yet today. So, of course, as per usual, as always, I try to keep it as diverse as possible for you viewers at home, so we can like get a good showcase of all the kind of different decks that are running around at the moment in the meta game, especially, of course, now with Justice Hunters being legal. Also, some people may have not even noticed it, but this is also the first weekend in Europe where Battle of Legends also is legal. So maybe we're going to see some Battle of Legends action later on as well with August or Jurak or Fabled, or who knows. But first of all, we're going to have these two here with a 7 rolled from Andreas. And, oh, Noam counters it with a 3. That's not much of a counter at all. So it will most likely be Andreas who starts off here, who is going to go first. So let's see it. The judge just announced that the round is off to the races, that round 4 has started. So our two players here in the spotlight are also going to go ahead and start off our featured match. So far, tournament, of course, for both going really well. But for only one of them, as there is no more draws in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore since this week, only for one of them it will remain undefeated entirely. And Andreas starts off with a card that certainly is a good one to start off with, because we see Pot of Extravagance resolving for a draw 2. That is strong. Out of 1 card, you immediately make 2 for only the price of sacrificing 6 cards from your extra deck. And we do continue with activating Vanquish Soul Holisu, revealing Borger. And that's what I meant. That's a deck we haven't seen yet today. The deck that many consider to be the best deck of the format right now. Ooh, Fuvalos bow now being activated from Noam's side. This deck won the World Championship with Julian Quejon piloting it. But the Fuvalos was chained to the effect of Holisu, so we immediately got to replace it with 1 card that we drew for the special summon of that Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove. Vanquish Soul starts, activated, targeting the Dr. Madlove now. Trying to summon out, or trying to search out, rather, the Raisin. And as we have not normal summoned yet, our next action can be the normal summon of Vanquish Soul Raisin. Raisin searches for Caesar Valius, so we know about Caesar Valius. We know about Borger. We cannot draw with Borger this turn as we have resolved Pot of Extravagance, but still looking decent here for Andreas. Not really having the need to commit into that Fuvalos much more. We're probably going to go into Rock, and there it is. So the Fuvalos at least was a +1, but it doesn't really need much more than that. What's good, Luca? How you doing? Good to see you in chat as well. We add back the Dr. Madlove to our hand, and that's it. Oh. I was about to say, in the end phase, you want to make sure that you set the Snow Devil there. And we just in time actually got that off. But plenty of cards in hand now for Noam, so who knows? Maybe we can break this. It's not impossible. Oh, wow. Andreas has too many cards in hand. Has to discard a Fuvalos. That card is a fine discard as it doesn't help us attribute-wise. And also cannot be activated. So now on to Noam. What is our deck of choice? What is the deck that has brought us to a so far clean 3-0 record? Okay. Mirroring the opening of Andreas by also activating Pot of Extravagance. Now banishing 6 cards. It's funny because people handle Pot of Extravagance differently. Some people just cut the extra deck and then the player activating the Extravagance just puts out 6 cards. Some players want you to put out the cards. It's just a I understand the confusion about how to resolve that card, because it is different from person to person. But yeah, the start came with Pot of Extravagance now from Noam's side. Oh, okay. Mitsurugi is as popular as always, apparently, here in Luxembourg. We had Mitsurugi Fiendsmith in round 1 on the feature. We had Mitsurugi Fiendsmith in round 3. And now we do have Mitsurugi cards again. And we let the Habakiri resolve, special summon out the Saji. Saji effect in the graveyard is activated and is met with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from Andreas. Ooh, okay. Triple tactic talents right after a monster effect was used, and we're looking into the hand. Okay, we see Holisu, Borger, Caesar Valius. We have so many attributes here. Dr. Madlov. It barely matters, really, which one we take here. It barely matters. We have full info now, but just... There's no real appealing thing to take out here, even. Probably Caesar Valius? Maybe the Holisu? Yeah, we go for the Holisu. Fair enough. But we still, of course, have 3 Vanquish Soul monsters remaining in the hands. Nothing on the resolution of the triple tactic talents, and now, what kind of Mitsurugi deck is this? Mitsurugi Prayers is activated. Tributes the Habakiri from hand, alright. Actually, Light is making a good point. It's certainly, to say at the very least, interesting that Andreas did not use Ash on the Extravagance. Ashing Extravagance feels like a no-brainer. I'm with you. But Andreas just didn't bother. Andreas just let it resolve. Now Prayers. Searches out the Aramasa, special summons out the Aramasa, as well as retributed the Habakiri. So now affect Habakiri and affect Aramasa. Searches for Murakumo. And searches for Mitsurugi Ritual. Probably knows what he's up against. That's the thing. Like, I think against Vanquish Soul, Ashing Pot of Extravagance is pretty neat because you want to just make sure they have less attributes and less cards in general in their hand. Against pure Mitsu, I can see not Ashing Extravagance, to be honest. Even against that deck, though, I would be inclined to do so. But it's not that much of a no-brainer anymore. And I think right now, in the current metagame, if my opponent activates Extravagance, I am rather expecting a Vanquish Soul deck than a Mitsurugi deck, to be honest. That's a lot of monsters here already. But we also know that Andreas has the trap card set, which we set in the end phase with our Vanquish Soul start. That's a rank 4. That's Tornado Dragon. Yo, that's such a neat way to possibly deal with that trap card. Immediately on its summon, we activate the effect of Borger. Tornado Dragon is being chained. We have to, of course, therefore chain the trap card. We're only revealing 2 attributes and not 3. Alright. Maybe chaining the Murakumo here? I mean, chaining Murakumo is kind of free. But that Snow Devil is one of the most powerful interruption there is right now. Oh! Dominus Impulse is able to deal with the trap card now, though. That's massive. And that opens up the window here super, super big, because now we can destroy the entire field. This is crazy important. Okay. Borger reveals Mad Love. We want to draw a card. Holly Sue, of course, still there. All three of those are known. Oh yeah, we know all the cards in their hand because, of course, there was the triple tactic talents activated earlier on in the turn. Yo, Kari, what's good? Okay, so we draw a card. Field secured with the Dominus Impulse. But when are we starting to go after the field of Andreas? Because apparently we have not used the on-summon effect of Murakumo here. Now Holly Sue. Holly Sue reveals 2 attributes. Oh, to special summon, but that also gets met with Ash Blossom now. Good lord. All the answers here from Noam. Caesar Valias now. Literally all the answers. But is it going to be enough? The Vanquish Soul deck still very, 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 very strong. Now Magatama. Okay. This is massive. We tribute Magatama. We tribute the Murakumo for Magatama, destroying the field spell. And now when the Murakumo comes back, we cannot protect our Vanquish Soul monsters anymore with the field spell. This is crazy stuff from Noam. He might just be OTKing through a full Vanquish Soul field with all kind of different Vanquish Soul names in the hand. This is madness. Noam really showing why so many people are today on the Mitsurugi strategy, because that deck is just simply still super, super, super good. Murakumo effect tries to clear up the field. Noam is playing this so nicely. Okay. We're chaining the rock, as it seems, or... Oh, we're chaining Valius. Yeah, we should definitely make sure to chain Valius. We should absolutely and 100% make sure to chain Valius. Revealing 3 different attributes so we can at least destroy something. Now the Murakumo is being chained, so 1 card will have to be given up. And there we give up the Dr. Madlov. Destroy Murakumo. And voila, we have actually successfully managed to break the field. But now what? Do we have enough gas to also put up 8,000 points of damage now? Because we had to use a lot of things here already. Noam, the Mitsurugi Mastermind. Okay, that's a card to start with. That's a really strong card there. We have the Mitsurugi Mirror. Mitsurugi Mirror, there it is. Tributes Futsu. Oh my. Oh my, we may actually do it. We may actually be able to do this. This is crazy. But do we find 8,000? Do we find 8,000 points of damage? It's not that easy. It is not that easy. Murakumo. Murakumo is big. That's more than 4,000. Futsu effect. We already have used prayers, though. The problem is that we have already used prayers. And we also have already normal summoned. Habakiri. That doesn't do anything. I don't think we can get forget. Oh, ritual. I didn't know we still had a ritual in hand. Second Murakumo. Yo. Wow. I gotta give that a round of applause. Super, super, super well executed by Noam here. Breaking the full Vanquish Soul field with pure Mitsurugi. That was like, that can be submitted as a masterpiece. This basically was a guide on how to break the full Vanquish Soul field. That was nice. See what I said? If you don't respect Mitsu, you can lose super fast to it. I don't know whether it was about not respecting the deck here. Andreas respected it. He did a field, he did a good field, but like the answers from Noam were just crazy. We just played through the full field. That Ash Blossom, that Impulse, that all came so quickly. That well-timed Tornado Dragon as well to bait out the trap card, then negated with Impulse. That was nice stuff. Those were good times. All right, but now, of course, Andreas still in this game. It's not over just yet. Kevin is making a good point. Did we have Ash from the very beginning? We possibly had Ash, and we did not Ash for Fuvalos. I think against, I think for the Vanquish Soul deck, it can be correct not to Ash Fuva. But I'm not entirely sure about it here in this very situation. I'm not 100% certain about this particular one. All right, though. Game number 2. That's what I'm definitely certain about. That this second game is starting now. Stake Your Soul. Reveals the K9. Gets ashed. Think revealed Jokul. Okay, now Izuna can just activate it. Activate its effect. Izuna effect on the field. Sans Lupus. So we saw all Vanquish Soul game 1, and now in game 2, looks like we're starting things off with our K9 engine after our Stake Your Soul was ashed. Normal summon Jokul. Oh my! Paradise Smasher? Andreas wants to high roll here immediately. Detaches 2. Okay. Oh, yeah. Does he not want to modify? Okay. That's a 6. That's a 1. So that's 7 from Andreas. Five, 7 as well from Noam, so we will have to modify with Paradise Smasher. We're modifying the level. There it is. Noam didn't even have to roll here. He's locked either way. That's not true. He forced Andreas to modify the level. Nothing after the Paradise Smasher, though. Okay. Pot of extravagance. Once more. Yeah, Chris, if you modify, yeah, but you don't need to modify with Paradise Smasher, right? Roland Lockbird on resolution. Andreas committing very, very heavily into this. I mean, what is he expecting from Noam here? He's under Paradise Smasher locks, so that Roland Lockbird almost seems unnecessary. Paradise into attack position. Direct attack by the Smasher. Doesn't look like there's any follow-up. Andreas just really committed purely into the Paradise Smasher and nothing else. And it looks like now after having Noam locked out from the game for one turn, he is now free to do whatever he likes. And there is pre-preparation of Rights, which immediately gets ashed. But there's still multiple cards in hand for Noam. But he passes! You gotta be kidding me, what is this? He passes. We saw Mitsurugi bricking on stream multiple times today already. We saw it looking really good too, but we also saw it bricking. There's Izuna now. Oh my, good old Yu-Gi-Oh! Good old Yu-Gi-Oh! Direct attack. Trying to bring the life points down the old-fashioned way with a couple of attacks. Oh, Andreas considering to go into SP Little Knight now as well. And decision is made. Trying to banish the one card. It is Book of Eclipse, which of course cannot be chained now anymore. Noam draws for turn. I mean, we gave up attack points for SP Little Knight now. There must be a play. There gotta be a play. Okay, Kusanagi is just barely big enough to attack over the Little Knight. That's crazy. Kusanagi... I mean, no, wait. It's just as big. We're Dublin. Another set? What is this game? New format, new everything, and then we still have some of those games. Oh, Dr. Madlov. Dr. Madlov effect is successful. Searches for Vanquish Soul start. Vanquish Soul start. Ooh! The Spice! Psyframe Gear Delta. With the driver from the hand. That explains why we have been bricking for turns. Oh, monster effect in the hand was used both, so the Izuna can come down now. Lupus effect in the grave. That's massive. That is insane. Book of Eclipse now. We are in the battle phase and we set everything face down there. But that's going to be so many draws in the end phase for Andreas. 1, 2, 3. Andreas, come on, it's almost Rush Duel, drawing 3 cards at once. Yep, your own monsters stay face down, but you do get to draw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. But still, no real stoppage here from Andreas, but Noam will need to top deck something, and he has found the pre-preparation of rights. He has found the pre-preparation of rights. Yes, Chris, you heard Rush Duel indeed. Searches Mirror, searches Habakiri. Oh, No Droll Lurkbird now. This all of a sudden could be still a winning position for Noam. Habakiri effect. That's fine. This match is glorious. Saji tributed. It looks like Noam can really once more be able to turn this around. All of those monsters with Andreas are just fodder. Fodder to be destroyed with that Murakumo that we see on the field now. Hitting the field, Murakumo effect. Oh. What's that? Is that a Veiler or what are we seeing now? Are we chaining Borger? What? Why are we chaining Borger? Okay. Okay, we baited out the negate from Murakumo, I guess. Searches Futsu. Mitsurugi Mirror. Noam is really still continuing to go strong here. Tributes V Murakumo. Murakumo to come back. And that driver is still sitting there. The driver is big, actually. It has 2,500 attack points. So we are getting closer and closer to closing out this game. Okay, searching for Aramasa. Now Murakumo returning, and we're literally only a couple of attack points away from swinging for game here. Aramasa effect, that's fine. That's more than 8,000. Is Noam really going to take it with a swift 2-0? Oh, it's actually an interesting question. Is Lupus banished? Chat, do you think the Lupus is banished? Oh, there's Nibiru too now. There is Nibiru now as well. Okay. I'm not 100% sure about the Lupus because the Lupus was set face down with the Book of Eclipse. And it may... I mean, it doesn't really change anything here, right? It only changes that the token is bigger, but besides that, it just literally doesn't do anything. So I don't think we have to intervene. But it's a good question. If Lupus came back, then gets set face down, and then gets destroyed, what happens? Now it's definitely banished, yeah. Now it for certain is banished. Futsu effect, mirror effect. Searches Magatama. Why did we bother to negate the heavy Borger? I still don't understand. We negated heavy Borger effect in hand when it was chained to Murakumo trying to destroy the field. Like, yeah, let him chain it and then it still gets destroyed. What's the issue there? Didn't really understand that. Maybe he's in Murakumo. Oh, maybe he's in Borger burn range. Oh, that's a good point. God's Cup. He may as well be in Borger burn range. Jalong. Oh. Really? Is Andreas really, after all of this, still going to win this game? That would be madness. Rock of the Vanquisher. Futsu effect. Brings back Murakumo. Dr. Madlov back to the hand. Are we really already in Borger burn range is the question. The big question right now. Borger burn range. Are we or are we not? Oh, attack position. So turn is back over to Noam. I would love to know what the life points here are right now, because I think it's still a legitimate win condition for Andreas to burn with Borger and the devil, the snow devil. Rock effect. Chain Murakumo. I just remember Paradise swinged a few times. So Paradise swung in twice. And then there was Izuna next to it. Was it Izuna? I feel like it was Izuna. Oh, Snow Devil reveals one. Revealing Dr. Madlov. There must be an impulse, right? Okay, burn damage applied. Summons Dr. Madlov. Dr. Madlov effect. This game is a real grind fest, and if Andreas would be able to close this one out in his favor, time is not looking healthy anymore. Already into our 18-minute territory here, and we do see that there is no more search targets for the Dr. Madlov. Borger. Oh. Chain Magatama. That's the nail in the coffin. Noam got this, destroys the card that is targeted for the Borger, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Noam takes this with a clean, and especially in game one, incredibly well executed 2-0 victory. Noam. Viva la Mitsurugi. We have that deck dominating today at multiple stages of the tournament now already. Round 1, Yuna was able to defeat it. Round 3, though, it looked really good in the hands of Junior, and now it honestly looked even better in the hands of Noam there. That was massive. That is absolutely insane. Oh well, we're going to talk to Noam in just a second. Noam now 4-0 in the tournament. Definitely already working his way towards a possible top 8 finish here in this regional. So why didn't he quick exceed into Ripper when Noam activated pre-prep in phase 1, or am I missing something? Was there a monster effect in the hand already? I don't think so. But yeah, I'm getting Noam for a quick interview in just a moment, so stay tuned for that, and we will be back right away. And there we have him. Noam, our winner from the round 4 featured match. And we see a lot of Mitsurugi today.
Yeah.
Why are you playing Mitsurugi? Why have you decided to play that deck?
I play Mitsurugi because I think it's a very good deck. He can play around a lot of Murashami, and he has a good matchup against Yumi. I think Yumi is very present in this event.
Yeah, it definitely is. Have you played against Yami already today?
Yeah, I play 2 Yumi.
Okay, oh, perfect then for your deck, right? And we only saw Mitsurugi cards. Is it only Mitsurugi, or is there something else in your deck?
No, just Mitsurugi.
Just pure Mitsurugi.
Yeah, Mitsurugi pure.
And do you think that is the best version, how you can play Mitsurugi right now?
I have a friend, he play with Fitzsmith, but I don't think Fitzsmith is good in this format.
Okay.
I think pure is good, and yeah, I think it's better.
Nice. And honestly, game 1,
Yeah.
you played crazy. Like
Yeah,
breaking the full
Yeah,
Banker Soul field there, that was insane. Also, the chat was going crazy and saying that you played that so well. And for sure, you really played that so good.
Thanks.
And does that happen often, that you could just break a full field, or was your hand just perfect there in that moment?
Yeah, I think I have the perfect end, and I just play correctly.
Yeah. You sequence it so good. You
Yeah.
just exactly went for this, that, and that, and then you had exactly 8,000 points of damage, and boom, you won the game.
Thank you.
That was really, really strong
Thanks.
for sure. So you played against 2 Yami. Now you played against
I played
Vankersoke
I
9.
played 2 Yumi, 1 Dracotail, and
Oh.
one Kishkanen.
So all the new decks, right?
Yeah.
You bring the old deck, and everyone else is
Yeah.
bringing the new
Yeah,
deck.
I think Mitsurugi is good in the format. Maybe not after the ban list, but
We'll see. We'll see.
we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, here today we see so much Mitsurugi. We had Mitsurugi in round 1, we had Mitsurugi in round 3, and we now had Mitsurugi again. A lot of players in this tournament are actually having the same mentality as you.
I think that a lot of players like this deck because he is simple. The mechanic ritual is good, and is a good against Yumi.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right. Thank you so much for the
Thanks.
interview, and we'll see you maybe again for the finals. Who knows? Best of luck
I
for the rest
hope,
of the
I hope.
tournament, and
Thanks.
you can go out. Bye-bye. So, Noam, honestly, so far out of the Mitsurugi duelists, was the most impressive. That first game in particular, he looked so clean. He just executed it perfectly, sequenced it like a pro, and that was what I wanted to see today. Like, we just want to see world-class or European top-level Yu-Gi-Oh! And we saw that just there. And I hope we're going to see more of that now in the upcoming rounds, as that was only half time now. 4 rounds done, 4 more to go. And we will be back after a short break with round number 5. So stay tuned. more action coming your way. And if you have a specific deck that you absolutely want to see, make sure to tell us in the comments. And I'm reading the chat, so if there is something you desperately want to see, I will see whether I can find that in the tournament. And when it still has a decent record in the tournament, we can bring it onto the feature. So let's see. Oh, someone wants to see Orchest. I will see whether I can find an Orchest. Of course, Battle of Legends is now legal for the first weekend as well. I'll try my best. But yeah, we're going on a quick break, and then we will be right back. Break time is over. We have round number 5 on the menu, and we start off with the die roll, and we see an 8 from Christian versus a 9 from Edouard. And Edouard is a face that you may have seen before. He's using the beautiful Sky Striker Ace Ray sleeves. And Edouard was the one winning the die roll, but I don't want to spoil you just yet. But Edouard might not want to go first. We shall see. Edouard is playing the Ray main deck sleeves and the Rose extra deck sleeves. Edouard is going first. So this is, I am proud to tell you, going first Sky Striker. My most favorite deck of all time. We've seen Engage plenty of times today, but this is not just any Engage. This is Engage in its natural habitat. This is Engage in Sky Striker. Edouard from France versus Christian from Germany. Let's go, Striker never dies, indeed. All right, search resolved. No draw and Lockbird makes us happy. Okay, field spell effect. Can we find something good here? Okay, Lemnis Gate, linkage. Oh, all 3 options. Whatever we like. Whatever we like, we can go for here. Lemnis Gate, linkage, or Widow Anchor. Beautiful stuff here. And I mean, Striker has seen some very recent success. Sky Striker made top 8 at Euros, and it made top 4 at Worlds. So Striker is better as ever. Like, the Worlds finish was super unexpected, but it was there. Okay, multi-roll now. Christian, oh no, Christian has to reread Striker cards. No! This is a crime. Everyone should know what Striker cards do. Unfortunately, Droll stopped it at World. It was sad. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes the deck just gets stopped by Droll and you can't change it, okay? Destroys Area 0 effect. This is our way to Ray. But we are chaining to that with the Charmy Fuvalos. So we at least get that 1 draw from the Ray here. And I mean, we probably don't want to pass on that Ray. So that's a good Fuvalos. Usually against Striker, Fuvalos is not that nice. But here, we got some good value out of it. Okay, effect Ray. Bring out 0 effect. Let's search Engage with already 3 spell cards in Grave. The dream. The best feeling ever. Search Engage. Ah, I see the head judge walking by, nodding his head when he sees Engage with 3 spells in Grave. Searches for Widow Anchor. Eduard's setup here for going first is massive. Let's get a draw. That is what the Striker Live is all about. Second Engage this turn resolved. We're probably not going to go into Kagari here, to be honest. Ooh, Frost too. Frost, do we have a good option? Maybe Black Gold Loves? It is that Black Gold Loves. We barely actually have enough spell and trap zones with all the cards that we have already. So, oh my. Engage number 3. We may have drawn Engage off of Engage here. Eduard searches Lemnis Gate and gets to draw another card here. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, this is Engage number 3 without even adding back the one with Kagari. Hallelujah. Foolish Burial Goods next. Do we play the Metal Force Fusion? Yes, we do. Nice. Set 1, set 2, set 3. Just imagine a Harpiest Feather Duster now, though. Sets back the field spell with multi-roll in the end phase. And that's about it. What is Christian even on is now the question. What's your deck of choice? Special summon Fenrir. Okay, okay, okay. That's something you don't necessarily expect. Fenrir effect. That's good. Draco Tail? Maybe Draco Tail, yeah. Could be Draco Tail. That would be a nice matchup. It is Draco Tail. Let's go. Kashtira Draco Tail versus Sky Striker is our round 5 matchup. Gotta love to see it. Oh, we're chaining that Black Gold Loves to the activation of the K2 Draco Tail though. And I mean, what did we call here? We probably just called Alpha Lion, right? I would imagine this is Alpha Lion that we called with that Black Gold Loves. Thinking about it. Gulamel can also be good here. Maybe. We shall see. Okay, so we're searching for Orgula. And then Orgula and Fenrir from hand do go into the card that Chris was mentioning there. Do go into Gulamel. The things we know about at least one Widow Anchor. Eduard had such a crazy opening turn, but it feels like Christian still could have a shot at this. Use the Widow Anchor on the Gulamel. But if we take here, our main monster zone all of a sudden is occupied. And we do take, okay. Taking the Gulamel. Resolving the graveyard effect of Urgula now. Oh, we get to destroy a spell trap here. Oh, the gamble. Left or right, Christian. Which one do you want? Oh, okay. The linkage was found. I don't know whether that was the one we wanted though. Because we know there's Lemnis Gate. And Lemnis Gate felt 1,000 times more dangerous because linkage we could have not even activated here anymore. And Lemnis Gate can be activated with having monsters in the main monster zone. So Lemnis Gate is trouble here still. Lemnis Gate is still a problem. Well, well, well. I feel like those situations will be less and less seen as soon as people adjust more and more to the new time rules. You just cannot think for super long anymore. But now we have found a play, and that play is, of course, Rahu Draco Tail. Rahu Draco Tail, just fusion summons. Uses Lucius to go into another copy of that card that our opponent now also has, staring down each other on both sides of the field. Draco Tail Gulamel. Activating the effect of 0. That's met with Bell, though. Bell on 0 effect is crazy. Because technically 0 can special summon from the graveyard. That's insanity. We can special summon from the graveyard, and therefore we were able to just completely deny the 0 here. Okay, now going after the last set card, which of course we all knew would be the Lemnis Gate. Puts the Gulamel back into the extra deck with the Lemnis Gate now. Lucius into the hand. Christian is just actually playing through this field. It looked desperate. Eduard started with triple engage and he resolved 2 of them with a draw even. But Christian just showing us why Draco Tail may be the new branded. Fusion decks historically have been good at playing through fields with engine. And we show that we still are very good at that. Also with the new Draco Tail strategy. So, Christian, what's next? This so far looked elite, but do we have more to follow this up, or is this just going to be a battle phase soon? It is the battle phase, attacks the very own Gulamel, crashes the Fenrir into it, but uses the effect of Fenrir before to banish the Area 0 face down, special summon Fenrir main phase 2, normal summons the Lucius next to it. Alright, this is possible. As for Draco Tail monster, which is 5 mana, we haven't used 5 mana at all yet this game. This is looking nice. This is good advertisement for the Draco Tail deck. End phase though. Giving back the Gulamel, and play goes to Eduard. And can he come back from this? It doesn't look easy. It doesn't look very possible. Metal Force Fusion. Shuffles it into the deck. We want to draw again. Striker can always come back. Golden rule of thumb, as a striker player, no game ever is over as long as you can still activate engages. And there is 3 engages ready to be grabbed back to the hand with Kagari. Normal Summon Ray, alright, that's our way to engage, that's our way to glory. And let's not forget there also is that Black Gold Lobs in the graveyard now. We use the on-field effect. Graveyard effect still to come. And there also still is Area 0. This is all looking not impossible. This is looking everything but impossible, to be honest. And I mean, Eduard is not scooping. He knows there still is a chance. He knows this can still be possible. This can still happen. Area 0 on the Ray. Ray effect. Alright. Let's get that Kagari out. We want the Engage back. We need Engage. Oh, Eduard thinking on whether not to go for Engage here. Or not to go for Kagari, first of all. That's interesting. Oh! Changed that Black Gold loves. Preemptively using it. I like it. I like it a lot. Probably just calling... Either calling Apharion or calling Fenrir here, I feel like. Summons out 0. Reveals Hornet Drones. And Lemnis Gate, 2 options. Takes the Lemnis Gate, that's massive. Effect 0. Well, how can we challenge this? Eduard is deep into the thinking tank. Striker is one of those decks where you need to be investing time, where you need to be planning, where you need to be thinking ahead and try to come to good conclusions. Is it a deck that you can reliably even play under the new time circumstances? Because as you can see, we have already almost used up 20 minutes of the overall time that we have for a round, for an entire best of 3. And the punishment, if we do not finish our match within those 50 minutes, is rougher than ever before, with it being a double loss for both players. Okay, we add back Engage from the graveyard. That works, of course. 0 not only able to search from the deck, but also to add back from the graveyard here. Eduard vibing with the strikers. Activates the effect of 0. 5 mana is being chained to that. Summons out Apharion. Ghost Spell. He wants to recycle the Ghost Spell, and that does make a lot of sense. So, Lemnis Gate being used. We are recycling like crazy. We want to get back 0. We want to get back Ray. We want to get back another Lemnis Gate. And is it only 3 or is it going to be even more that we put back here? Widow Anchor. That's 4. 4. Eduard proudly presents all of those 4 cards. Puts them back into the deck, an extra deck. And Ghost Spell goes back into the hand. And now we set K2 Draco Tail. Draco Tail is such a nicely designed theme. I love how Draco Tail is designed. Such a grindy, cool fusion deck. I don't know. In the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! I feel like the fusion decks have, most of the time, very often looked really, really cool. Now Engage though. Nothing looks as cool as resolving Engage with a draw. That's for certain. Are we grabbing Widow Anchor? Or what are we getting here? Maybe triple Widow Anchor action to take all of those monsters and use the opponent's monsters to go for game. Oh, we're playing double multi-roll. That's crazy. Double multi-roll. I don't know whether I've seen that in a long time. Upstart Goblin. Oh boy. This game just doesn't look like it wants to end. Another copy of Area Zero. Multi-roll destroys the other Area Zero in the graveyard now, in fact. Trying to bring out Ray again. Ultimate Rare, of course. What kind of a striker player would Eduard be if it wouldn't be Ultimate Rare? Kagari effect. You could use Ghost Spell on that. We're using the effect of Rose now too, though. Rose and Kagari being linked off. What's the link 2 of choice now? Extra deck is getting slimmer, but this should be Zeke. There it is. Striker looks really nice to play currently. God Cup GG, Striker always looked nice to play. But this definitely looks like a lot of fun. This game in particular, the only thing I'm worried about is that we're using so much time. It's a insane game that we're playing right now, and it looks like so much fun. But the issue is that it's already using up almost half of the round's time. Like, if you use 25 minutes per game, you need to make sure that you 2-0 your opponents. Engage again. Yeah, Kuroi, this is still game number 1 indeed. Resolve 3 engages. We resolved 3 engages on the first turn, and we are resolving more engages now. Eduard is addicted to resolving engages. Searches, Afterburner. And we just keep on adding. We just keep on drawing the additional card with Engage. We're just running away card advantage-wise. It looked like Eduard was sort of out of it, but whenever the turn goes back to Striker, life's good again. Another upstart, bringing the life points up to 10k for the Draco Day player. Chicken game now. And the Engage again. Hallelujah. Searches for Widow Anchor. What is going on here? At this point, our deck must be so slim. But we have Lemnis Gate to recycle everything again. Worst case scenario. Engage into engage into engage. Sets another field spell. To not have the chicken game applications anymore. Afterburner. Gets rid of the Apharion. Also, in the process, gets rid of the K2 Draco Tail. Widow Anchor takes the Fenrir. Punches in for a couple life points. Life points we're still in somewhat solid territory because we obviously used Upstart Goblin twice. "26 minutes remaining." Eduard searches for Shark Cannon, and this is where actually Christian decides that he cannot get back into this. Insanely long and grinded out game 1, but we have found a winner in it, and Eduard, with the Sky Striker strategy, stays ahead. And they are looking to the timer. They see that this took half of the total round time, so from here on out, and actually already in that first game, we need to hurry. We need to make sure that those possibly 2 remaining games do not take as long as the first one. Because otherwise, we are just not doing both of them a favor. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. But first things first, side decking for game 2. Against Striker, it's actually interesting, chat, because I think against Striker, that is one of those decks that going second will just go super crazy on breakers. So I feel like playing the mind game against Striker, game 2 and 3, when you have the decision to go first or go second, is a very, very, very interesting one. Because yes, it was crazy here going first, but now after siding, when they probably have like all kind of cards such as Lightning Storm, Harpies Feather Duster, and those cards in their deck, I feel like you would want to consider just going second, honestly. Game 1, when the deck is built to go first mainly, I get just going first, but game 2 and 3, when you have the decision right, I think tricking them and just sending them first can be really good. But let's see what Christian decides. Maybe at the end of the day, we also just say our deck is too good at going first. And yes, that is what we have decided on. Kashtira, Fenrir, Special Summon, Fenrir Effect. Search is another Fenrir. Let me grab a sip of water here. Oh, Katizia, nice. We see the tech cards here for the Draco Tail deck. Now using the effect of Malulu. Sets Rahu Draco Tail, and we have the Farleon now on the field. Links of the Links of the Cartesia to go into the Spirit. Make seals. Nice. Transitioning swiftly from Fusion strategy into Link strategy. Activates Virahu Draco Tail. Uses 5 mana. And also uses the Ogula we saw earlier. To once more, as we also did it plenty in game 1, go for Draco Tail Gulamel. Is that Draco Tail? That's Flame, right? Yeah, that's Draco Tail Flame that we said there. Use it on 5 mana. So we put Ogula underneath the deck and the 5 mana back into our hand. Activates once again the K2 Draco Tail. Grabs the card we just put into our deck. Grabs the Ogula. That's a lot of cards in attack position though. Oh, look. Full hand knowledge for both players. Christian is not having any secrets here anymore. 4 monsters in hand. But this looks vulnerable to a possible Lightning Storm. Look at this. Entire hand completely known. And turn Edouard it is. And he will have to try to get through this. Is there a Lightning Storm? Is there something we can do? It is Striker at the end of the day, so there certainly is something. Some breaker cards. We start off with Widow Anchor on the seals. If we chain seals here, we have to bounce either our Gulamel or our Fenrir, so that doesn't seem very appealing, so we just let that go through. We can still tribute it later on, and then we can get the Graveyard Effect to Special Summon. So, that's fine. Multi-roll. Sets one card. And we do go underneath the 20-minute mark, while just being in the second game of our in the second turn of our second game now. So if we've ever come close to a timeout, to a possible double loss scenario today, this is the moment now. This is where it becomes dicey, because this match is certainly the most likeliest out of all of them so far to go into that timeout where you just really don't want to go into anymore. We summon out Dracotail Mululu with the effect of Seals. Of course, Mululu as a quick effect can fusion summon also on the opponent's turn. Widow Anchor is being used now also on the Gulamel. Oh. What's this? What is this? Okay, uses the Mululu plus the Ogurla to go into a second copy. And clearly this is the card that we are trying to make against Striker as much as possible. A second copy of Gulamel. Gulamel essentially being the Thunder Dragon Titan of the Dracotail archetype. Okay, destroy the multi-roll. As I said, that was the Titan. Now Foolish Burial Goods. That goes through. Eduard is still confident that he can break this. Sends the Metal Foes Fusion. What are we getting here? What are we finding? Not many cards remaining for Eduard. Not much time remaining either. Multi-roll was just drawn again. We destroyed the first, and here's the second. Also, Eduard just, the moment he drew the multi-roll, he immediately activated it again and just looked to the side. Oh, Eduard is looking at the clock. Eduard also telling Christian, we gotta be careful. We gotta be very careful with the timer. Here now comes Dracotail Flame, negating the multi-roll. So we can draw one more card. Now drones. Last card in hand, the drones. Oh, Eduard. This is getting incredibly close time-wise. Kagari. What are we adding back? Adds back another drones. There's Valor for it though. Is this the moment we pick up our cards? It is. Eduard kept on trying. Really played out every single card out of his hand. But ultimately cannot break the setup that Christian has put up there. And so we head into side decking before game 3. So game 3 will be played with roughly 15 minutes remaining on the timer. That can be enough. That can absolutely be enough, but it will definitely be dangerous. I can easily see the Dracotail deck finish a game in 15 minutes. A Striker deck, on the other hand, finishing a game in 15 minutes, that's a bit different of a story. That's not as easy. That is something that needs to be very, very, very perfectly executed. Also, you see it, both players, oh yeah, they look at the clock. It is here, up high, you can see it. It's literally hanging right over them. And they're like, that's going to be a challenge. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be something we will have to see. Nobody wants to get double losses, but also nobody wants to just say, hey, you won, even though they still have a chance at winning themselves. So let's hope this game 3 can be played out in a way that both of these players get to play the match in a reasonable way. Okay, game 3. Striker versus Dracotail. Let's see it. Let's see it. Looks like Eduard goes first. Yes, Eduard goes first. Foolish Brilliant Goods is the start that we have. Sends linkage. Hold on, we're sending linkage. What is going on here? Normal Summon Rose, that's not a good card to draw. Kagari on the linkage. Ay, 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 that looks desperate. Ghost Spell is being used. Oh my. Uh-oh. That looks like Shizuku Pass. Oh no. Not the old Striker technologies. Not the old Striker technologies, chat. Not even Ray. Just Shizuku with Rose Pass. We can't even search for the linkage now anymore. Oh, and there's 5 mana now too in the main phase. 5 mana, fusion summoning with 5 mana and Lucius from the hand. Goes into our Farleon. This is looking plenty good for Christian. Some games for the Striker deck are as the first game, where he just couldn't stop activating engages. Some games, sadly, are also like this, though, where we just don't really do anything at all. Barely anything we could do with this hand. We took the risk to play into the Ghost Spell, and we sadly could not recover. Added back the Lucius to hand as well. Normal summon Lucius now. Christian has to be careful. We know there's no cards in hand, but still 3 face down cards. We have already set up the Dracotail Flame, so we can deal with one of the spell cards. But best case scenario, of course, we do not get stopped by the other 2 then. Oh, Eduard. Eduard started 3-0 into the tournament and then just lost the last round. Is it going to be back-to-back losses for him here? The second one being displayed live in the feature match in front of all of you guys. Ooh, Solemn Judgment is being used on the activation of that Rahu Dracotail. That's massive. .5 minutes remaining. This is going down to the river, but it's only 4,000 life points remaining for Eduard. 4,000 life points remaining, and there already is big monsters on the field. Like, this is incredibly dangerous territory for him. Oh, Black Gold Loves now. Okay, drawing that is never fun. You always want to either set it or send it to the graveyard or something like that. But drawing it is no bueno, and there is the conceit. We do not have to worry about the time anymore because Eduard's game 3 hand was just making sure that this third game is not going to take a whole lot time, because that is just the game for Christian. Nothing that they could do there. I don't think going first here was the play either way. I don't know. Game 1 looked good going first. I don't know whether it was a mistake on that end. Oh, we show some of our side deck technologies. We see there's Phantasme being brought in. We see the hand that Eduard had. That hand is just unfortunate. That is not a hand that you can really do too much with the striker deck. We could have gambled sending Metal Force Fusion with the Foolish Bill Goods, but that's just so dangerous. It was the best play to send Linkage, but Ghost Bell just stopped that either way. Ghost Bell was good enough to stop it entirely. All right, everyone. I will grab Christian for a quick interview about his Draco Tail deck and his match against Eduard in his striker deck here. So I will be right back with exactly that. Don't go anywhere, and the interview is starting in just a second. And there we have him, our round 5 feature match winner, Christian. Congratulations, first of all. That was
Thank you.
quite the match, right?
Yeah.
Playing against Striker, is that a matchup you expected going into the tournament today?
I mean, for sure, it's a rogue deck with a lot of rogue player like it. It's a fan favorite, and it got a top cut in the World Championship.
True, yeah.
So-
Even more inspiration now for the
Yeah,
Striker
for
players,
sure,
right?
yeah.
Playing it after Rosalie's crazy tournament run. But you are on the other end also playing a very, very cool deck that is one of the new decks, but the one that I still think people are sleeping the most on compared to Yummy and Vanquish Soul
Yeah.
K9. So tell us about why you're playing Draco Tail.
So I like the more controlly decks more, and the biggest weakness of Vanquish Soul why I don't play it is the budget. So
Okay, fair.
Basically, the money is way too expensive,
Fair, fair.
and yeah, I don't like Yummy the playstyle that much. I like more the grindy stuff. So Draco Tail was a pick.
Fair. And you're playing it with Fenrir's or
Yeah.
Kashtira cards. And what's the reasoning for that? Because there could also be the way to play it with Shadows, for
Yeah, yeah.
example, but you're playing Kashtira.
Yes. So I wanted to play Fenrir because it's really good in the mirror match, and it's also good against Yummy. And I was expecting more mirror matches and Yummy matchups than K9 matchups, so I don't need that much hand traps to stop them completely from playing.
Fair.
And Fenrir is just in general a good card. I didn't play any schedules because if you fusion some, especially going second into board or even going first, you always want to use names. So if you, for example, also start with Cartesia, you always want to fuse 2 names. That's better than fusing 1. So drawing Shadow Beast or any other fusion materials that trigger in the graveyard, then you need to have like 2 Draco Tail names to fuse, and then the third,
Yeah.
then the Shadows would be nice. But that's like if you have only completely engine
Fair,
or
fair.
something, so I didn't like them.
Yeah, so tell us, you said the Draco Tail deck is very good against Yami, or Fenrir specifically is good
Yes.
against Yami. Why is that? What are you so desperate to banish against the Yami deck?
So of course, banishing the field spell is really
Yeah.
good. Then there are all guys are way too small. They
Fair.
can't win basically.
Yeah.
Also, Fenrir outs Arclight, which is really important going second. So you can just summon Fenrir, attack Arclight, and then you can just playing.
Yeah, fair.
Your fusion spells are really strong going second, and all your dragons non-target pop something, and then it's really hard for the Yami player to basically survive.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So what were your matchups today, besides the striker match we just saw?
I played against Blue Eyes round 1.
Okay.
Round 2 I played against Vanquish Soul. Round 3 against Ryziel with the Dodogo.
Oh,
The-
okay. Haven't seen that one in a
Yeah,
while, actually.
yeah. And then I played against Yami, and now against Sky Striker.
And which match did you lose? Against which of the decks?
Vanquish Soul, I bricked twice.
I
Sometimes it happens, yeah.
Sometimes that does
Yeah.
happen, of course, yeah. But how do you like the overall atmosphere here at the Luxembourg region? Because you're German, right?
Yes.
So how long of a drive was it for you here for the tournament?
Yeah, the drive for me was 2.5 hours,
Okay.
but it's pretty chill. I like to drive, so it's not a big of issue for me.
Nice, nice.
And the region is really nice. You have a lot of space. You have food trucks out there. It's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
In
cool.
February there was also Luxembourg regional. Yeah. And this was also really nice.
Nice. So you weren't like, okay, it was nice the first time.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
not come back? That's
Also, the
all.
pricing is really good.
True, the
Yeah.
pricing actually is also
Yeah.
insane. There's ultimate rares and stuff for first place stuff. But what is it this time? Do you know?
The first place gets 3/4 ash. I think the last time.
Rash,
I think the
true.
last time it was the same. Yes.
True.
And on the other top 8 prizes are now the alt arts from the Rarity collection. So
You're
Nibiru, Zeus, and stuff.
It's
Yeah.
3 QCR Ash for first place. That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
I think the Dark Armed ulti I remembered because we're also
Ah,
at the
yeah,
Time
yeah.
Wizard tournament, and
Yeah.
for the Time Wizard tournament, first place gets the
Yes,
Dark Armed ulti.
That
So
makes
it's-
no sense as well.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. So that is crazy. And yeah, crazy also was the match that you just played. Game 1, he just didn't stop activating
Yeah.
engage. It was like boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
one more. It almost felt like Pascal Kim was sitting there,
Yeah.
engage, to engage,
Yes.
to engage. And then you said, we had a quick chat there, you almost thought you had him after banishing the multi-ball, right?
Because I thought I had the grind game
Yeah.
because I banished his multi roll and then I had flame set, so he needs, even if he top decks like linkage or engage, he can dodge with linkage. He can dodge my flame
Yeah.
targeting effect, but then he needs like a strong spell to bait it, and then he can linkage to dodge it.
Yeah.
And I thought I had him, but then multi roll and all
Multi-roll all over.
resources are back, and then it's over. Yeah.
Yeah, and then one more thing I want to talk about. Were there any mind games inciting in between games? Because Striker, of course, historically has been a deck that is very good at going second.
Ah,
and
yeah.
Oftentimes wants to go second, actually. So before game 2, you had the choice to decide
Yeah.
who goes first. Did you think about? Did you consider going second?
No. Of course not.
no.
If I start, I have so much. I'm also a grind game,
Yeah.
a grind deck, and I can produce so much resources. It's also really good. So he needs to. I have a lot of resources, and then he needs to break my board
Fair.
and build up his resources, and that's really hard. So I always want to go first.
And so game
Yeah.
3, you also were sure that he's going to go first again because
Yeah.
he just can't let you go first,
Yeah.
essentially. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And then, of course, you were lucky enough that your opponent in game 3 that
Yeah.
just had like a really unfortunate hand, and you could just pretty easily go for it. I saw both of you guys at some point just looking up at the clock because the
Yeah.
clock was actually getting a big issue.
Yes.
Have you been? You haven't had any double losses, of course, so
No,
far, right?
no.
And I think overall it felt like, I mean, tell me your experience, but from what I saw, I think it was very little double losses overall. Or what do you think?
Yes, I think so as well. For me, I love the new rules because you have 5 minutes more time. That's more than enough. I mean, only you get in time if 2 grind decks
Yeah.
play against each other like the feature match.
Yeah.
That's the only. I mean, that's the only way it gets to time out, I think. And even then, the positive is that there are no more timeout judge calls, sharking and stuff.
Yeah.
Just 50 minutes, it's over, and then the next 2 or 3 minutes, the next round starts. It's so clean.
Yes,
I
it
love
feels
it.
very, very clean for sure. I agree
Yeah.
with you. It has a lot of upside.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for the interview.
Yes,
and
thank you as
best
well.
of luck for the rest of the tournament, of course. Maybe
Yes.
you make top 8. Best of luck with that
Yes.
for sure.
Thank
And
you.
You can go off now. Go on. Next round starting soon. So
Yeah.
good luck with that. Alrighty. So that was a nice, insightful interview there with Christian, telling us a little bit more about why Dracotail is situationed really well in the current meta game and why he has decided to play it. This is definitely a deck that I'm also very curious about. Like, Dracotail just has so unique things to do. It just has such a unique play style. It just gives you so beautiful ways of playing into fields. It also just gives you the freedom of choosing which engine you want to pair it up with, because you can play. We saw multiple different versions of the deck so far today. We saw branded Dracotail, of course, Shaddoll Dracotail we talked about, and this was Kashtira Dracotail here, or more of a pure approach too. So it's actually like you get the Dracotail cards and you could do so many different things with it, and so that's really, really cool. I love that a lot. VSH, no, Josh is not playing in the regional here in Luxembourg today, but we have Gabriel Susi, we have Yuna, we have Junior Panghut, we have a lot of really, really strong players, Anthony Lopez, we have plenty of really, really exciting players, and this was only round 5, and there is in total 8 rounds, so that means we have 3 more to go. I hope all of you stay tuned. That was just, I don't know whether you heard it, but I just heard the timeout call, meaning next round with the new time rules should be up super, super quickly. So don't go anywhere. In a matter of only minutes, we should have round number 6 coming our way. So see you for that in just a moment. And it just doesn't stop giving us entertaining matchups. 5-0 both players here in round number 6. Therefore, absolutely being in contention to win this tournament. And it wouldn't be the first tournament that man on the left is winning. Gabriel Susi once more being undefeated in another tournament, being up against German Timo Werner here. So let's see how this one develops. And Gabriel, okay, we're playing some K9 cards for Susi. Summons out the Jokel and the Lantern from the hand. So Gabriel, another one of those players that usually will just always be showing up with the deck that he considers to be the best deck right now. So what are we pairing those K9 cards up with? Searches for Izuna now. Lantern effect. Probably sending... going back into the hand. What is this? We saw Vanquish Soul K9. We saw Crystron K9. What of the two is this here, or is it something completely different to those? I am more than curious. Okay. We are going to grab the forced release here from the deck. The rank up spell. Here comes K9 Ripper. Oh, do I see it? It looked like a Fiendsmith in Paradise in the hand of Timo there. That's not a card you see very often anymore nowadays. Maybe I'm tripping, but it looked like that. It definitely was a trap card. Now Ripper grabs Jokel. Oh, and we're passing those, so we're not going to find out what the engine is that we're pairing these K9 cards up with, because there is nothing to go along Ripper and the forced release here. Not a very strong opening from Gabriel's side. And we see Kashtira Fenrir from Timo. Do we have back-to-back Draco Tail action here? Realistically, this is like the only deck really that is playing Kashtira Fenrir at the moment. Maybe Timo has cooked up something completely different, though. We shall find out. Oh, immediately using the forced release here. That's fine. Brings out the werewolf, destroys the Fenrir, doesn't waste any time on that, but 5 cards remaining in hand for for Timo now, rather. Heavy decision to immediately get rid of that. And it is another Draco Tail. Let's go. I like Draco Tail. I like seeing Draco Tail. And we do have the pleasure to see an undefeated Draco Tail now here against Gabriel Susi. And that is an Ash Blossom on the summon effect of Lucaeus. What's good, Masada? We're playing 8 rounds total. So this is this round and then 2 more after. Still plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be seen here today. We ashed the Lucaeus, and if there is no Draco Tail spell cards in hand, this could be so good. And Timo looks hesitant, sets a card. This does not look good. Does he really not have any kind of way to play? That's crazy. Okay, we're reading on the werewolf. Thank you, plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I'm happily giving you. Plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Indeed. It's the Draco Tail special, is it? Is Draco Tail that vulnerable to bricks? Okay. Set a card and pass over. The so far pure K9 deck from Gabriel gets through this turn. Draco Tail versus K9 what? Oh, that card must have come off the top. If we had that card last turn, surely we would have normal summoned it. But off the top, the Vanquish Soul Raisin for Gabriel. Huge pickup there for turn. In the very last turn, 0 access to the Vanquish Soul engine, and now we got the best starter that the deck has to offer. Searches Holly Sue. And really no surprise to me at all that we see Gabriel Susi on the Vanquish Soul deck. That deck feels like the best deck in the format. So really just only makes sense that one of the best players in the game that we have here in Europe is piloting that. Rock of the Vanquisher. That's back the Raisin. Raisin revealed for the Holly Sue. Holly Sue onto the field. Okay, Izuna and Jokel revealed in the hand too now. We're working our way towards 8,000 points of damage, and we're not that far away from it anymore. Taking control of the Lucaeus now. That's not game just yet, but of course when Borger comes into the equation, it's definitely not far off of game either. Werewolf, Holly Sue, Lucaeus. And that's the game. Werewolf attacks twice, and that is the sealing deal there. Looked like a really bad and rough hand for Timo overall. I mean, Gabe's hand also wasn't great there on the first turn, simply only passing on the Ripper and the way to upgrade it to Werewolf, but it was enough. Was enough paired with the Ash Blossom on the Lucaeus Bear. So game 1 goes to French powerhouse Gabriel Susi. At least 2 interrupts, I guess, yeah. Shuffling it all up very well, and Gabe, even though he did not face much from Timo, got the information out of his opponent what the opposing deck is, so that is at least something noteworthy and worthy to consider when side decking, because we can prepare accordingly to exactly the presented deck, which turns out to be Draco Tail here in that very instance. And all right, after a super quick, not even 10-minute long game 1, let's see whether the second game will be able to give us some more drama, some more length, some more back and forth between the two of them. And it of course is Timo going first, and Timo goes first with, again, normal summon Lucaeus. This time that resolves though. So already better than in game 1 here for Gabriel. We search for 5 mana. And it doesn't look like there's a Drone and Lockbird being activated either. Now 5 mana will be activated from the hand. Fusion summoning with... That's Mululu and... It looks like Mululu and Pan. Yeah, Mululu and Pan. Or Pan. Sets both K2 Dracotail and Rahu Dracotail. Gets immediate access to all of the engine. This is looking so much nicer, and this is looking so much more like the Dracotail deck that we also saw in the previous round. The Dracotail deck that is currently crushing, that is showing some decent results left and right. There we have Aspid of the Night now from Timo. Starting with the Rahu Dracotail. Fusion summoning from the deck. Branded fusion, but just new, just for Dracotails. By the way, quick update. As we just see Dracotail here on the feature again, our previous round 2 Dracotail branded 60 card pile deck from Lin, still X1. It lost the featured match against Anthony Lopez, but then recovering quite nicely from that, being on that 4-1 record right now. But for the moment, focus, of course, on Timo and his Dracotail deck. Rahu Dracotail searches. And now Fusion summons too. Ooh! That's the light sublimation dragon? Hold on, is that standard, chat? That's a card I haven't seen in competitive decks too much. The light and sublimation dragon banishes the Afarion from the deck, from the extra deck to special summon itself out. That's cool to see. Neat surprise. Summons out summons out Secretarion Dragon. Ooh, having both trap cards in the deck now going first as well. Gets to set both of them. That's massive. Having both the Dracotail. Both the Dracotail Flame, but also the Dracotail Horn. It's a great extender for the deck. Yeah, I mean, I get why we would be playing it. I just haven't seen it that much yet. When I see it, I nod, I approve, but I did not know it was happening. Until just now. Ooh. Gabriel waited insanely long with Holly Sue. Holly Sue reveals Raisin. Holly Sue effect reveals, I think, 2 fires. So we chain SP Little Knight now. On the SP Little Knight and the Holly Sue. Here comes Raisin. Raisin effect. Jalong. Raisin effect again. Trying to destroy the Secretarion Dragon. Does so? Question mark. Looking good. Yup, it's gone. Xiaolong effect. Gabriel waited for so long with all of those Holly Sue shenanigans. Looks like we have found a really decent spot to do all of that though, because Timo looks somewhat defeated right now. He still has 3 set cards, but it's not looking particularly good right now. But we can at least continue. We can at least now activate Rahu Draco Tail. Rahu Draco Tail is going to fuse with the Draco Tail Pan from the hand. Pan and Malulu are being used. Still the first turn of Timo, but he's already faced with some major resistance from Gabriel, who has started the debate of whether this even is the turn of Timo by participating heavily already in this turn. Okay, we do Fusion Summon out. Once more Draco Tail Gulamel. Oh, Light and Dragon locks. Hold on, hold on, hold on. All right, thanks, chat. Whenever you have anything like that, please, please, please make sure to let us know in the chat so we can catch everything and that we have the game state as correct as possible as at any given time. So we're figuring out now on how to get that all accurate again. But yeah, we did not summon the non-Dragon Fusion. We did not summon out the Draco Tail. We were not allowed to. But instead, we just summoned out a second copy of Apharion. Or Aphalion. But yeah, true. Sometimes you forget that some of them are not dragons, but Draco Tail Gulamel indeed is a spellcaster. I mean, some of them are. It's literally a mixture of spellcaster and dragons. That's what they are, and this is the spellcaster of the extra deck. Borger is being searched. Borger coming out. Gabriel already massively participating in the game here on his turn 0, on the first turn of the duel, when he's not the one starting the duel. Has the Borger now also out. End phase, we also get the Holly Sue back next to Timo getting back his SP Little Knight. And as you can clearly tell by the face of Timo, he does not look very happy. He does not look very, very satisfied with the situation he's in right now. This just doesn't look too beautiful. But maybe, who knows, he can still find a way into this. He does have 2 Draco Tail trap cards set. We still have the Draco Tail tail, and we do have the Draco Tail horn, so it's definitely not impossible, but we shall see. Okay, reveals Another dark to draw another card. Jialong activates. It just keeps on snowballing from here so crazily. It just doesn't stop. We keep on summoning and summoning and summoning more and more Vanquish Soul monsters. Already 4 of them. Jialong effect reveals Jialong as 1 fire and Razen as another fire. Searches for another Holly Sue. This is looking all but good for Teemo. Gabriel in total control. 4 Vanquish Soul monsters already on the field and probably about to have another one. SP Little Knight is chained. This must be the effect of Holly Sue, I would imagine. Targeting the Light and Sublimation Dragon and the Holly Sue with chaining Razen. Destroys Arthalion. There comes Caesar Valius. Oh, it just keeps on snowballing here at this point. It just keeps on going. Little Knight may have resolved, but question must be allowed to ask whether that is going to hold off Gabriel here. He looks destined. He looks ready. He looks like he is going to make this happen here this turn. Alright, we still have both of our trap cards, but now Caesar Valius. Revealing, of course, 3 attributes. That's fine. Oh, we go after Mululu, okay. Destroy it so it cannot use its quick effect to fusion summon anymore. Gabriel looking more and more and more in control here. Turns the Borger into attack position, Razen into attack position. And look at his hand size. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 7 or 8 cards in hand right now. It's madness. Norman Summon Madlove effect. And Teemo is doomed to currently just keep on sitting there and nodding. Both so far undefeated, but in this duel between 2 undefeated duelists, it is a showcase of domination here from Gabriel. He is showing Teemo and also the world that he is still one of the best, and also in the new season, one of the most to be feared duelists. And that Drone and Lockbird there, it was the first time where Teemo was actually able to use it, but already so much advantage accumulated from Gabriel, so I don't think we care about this Drone and Lockbird a single bit at all. We do not mind this whatsoever. And now Gabriel, with all of those monsters, he doesn't even know anymore what to do with all of these. What am I supposed to do with 5 monsters? Okay, let's link one of them off for Rock of the Vanquisher. Rock of the Vanquisher effect. That's fine. One Jalong was used for the link summon of the Rock of the Vanquisher. Another one just replaces it by being summoned from the hand. Battle phase, Bailey's attacks. Atharion, we activate now our trap card, Dracotail Horn. That gets matched with, wow. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on Dracotail Horn. We drew so many cards, eventually we're going to find something like that. Crashing the Arphalion. With the Vanquish Soul Caesar Valius. A lot of damage now flying in on the life points of Teemo. And it's dangerous to go so low on life points, as Borger still is absolutely a card. And it's not just a card, it's a card that's already on the field. Game 1, Gabriel won purely by playing K9 cards on the first turn. Game 2 now, completely different showcase. Exclusively Vanquish Soul cards are giving him the advantage here. There's Holisu now. Reveals Razen, Holisu onto the field. This is now multiple level 5 monsters, so we can make... Oh, we can make Vanquish Soul Rocks as well. That's cool. Vanquish Soul Rocks effect. Holisu is an Earth, so we can just destroy the last and remaining Dracotail Flame. What a masterful display of skill here from Gabriel. Just using all of those cards to play through the entire field. This is now Gabriel's very own SP Knight after already seeing Teemo summon that card and using the effect of it multiple times. Brings back Alfarion now. And that is now finally Teemo maybe is thinking the end phase. Holisu comes back and the Light and Sublimation Dragon also comes back onto the field. Revealing 2 fires here for Raisin. That Light and Sublimation Dragon, of course, in the same column as Raisin. Oh, immediately activating the trap card. We want to wipe those 2 monsters out, and there is the fist bump. It never even really felt too close in the second game, even though it was Teemo going first. Gabriel, from the moment he started activating those Vanquish Soul hand effects, the moment he activated the first Holisu, it was a one-sided affair. Gabriel Susi, the one taking this game in the end and being the player that is left here with a still undefeated 6-0 record. But please note, this was only table 3, so we still have definitely at least 2 more undefeated duelists left in the tournament. So it's not like Gabe has already won this tournament. We still have 2 more rounds of Swiss to play, so Gabriel is in a superb position to be the winner of this tournament, but there is still going to be some more tests, and you cannot always draw Holisu going second as well either, I guess, so it is going to be interesting. I'll try to grab Gabriel for a very quick interview, and then we will be right back with him. So here we have him, the feature match winner from round 6, Gabriel Susi. Gabe, that looked almost easy, right? That was
Yeah.
a crazy display of your Banker Soul deck there in game 2. Was it always that easy today?
To be honest, a little.
Oh,
To be
okay,
honest, to be
okay.
honest. But I think it's because that deck is just able to high roll so much at some point. Also, it has a very good matchup into Dragon Tail, so
Yeah.
that makes things a lot easier. The game 1 was the hard part
Yeah.
because my hand was terrible. It was only Lantern plus Joku, and then I had a bunch of non-engine. But in those situations, you gotta identify what kind of hand you beat. And if I let him start his play at that point, if I don't hand trap him very early, I think he's just gonna resolve Femina, and from here it's very hard. So yeah. But then game 2 is just a showcase of how like Dragon Tail is lacking ceiling. To be honest, yeah. So
You
that's
would
about
say
it.
that in general, you don't think
Yeah.
Draco Tail can compete with
No.
Banker Soul K9? Okay, that's interesting.
I think it just has a very bad. I think the only reason why it's in the format right now is because it has a very good matchup against Yami. To be honest,
Fair.
It's not that much of a very good matchup, but it can beat Yami.
Yeah.
So because of that, it almost looks like it's in the format, but I don't think it beats neither Malice or Mitsurugi neither. So yeah.
So for you, you of course played Banker Soul K9. Is it because you're just set on that being the best deck out of the decks in the format right now, or are you currently at the beginning of the format just trying out different options? What's it like right now?
I'm trying to playtest for YCS Lille, so of course I'm
Yeah.
gonna play a lot of different decks. Last weeks I played Yumi a bunch. It was fun. It's not a deck I like a lot for many reasons. I think Vanquish has a very good ceiling, and just overall the ability to high roll so much in a game where it's a best of 3 every game. It just matters so much. But yeah, I don't know. I think the next pack is gonna change a lot of stuff as well. So things are
true.
gonna change. Things are
Yeah.
gonna change.
It's going to be very, very interesting. So, of course, this is the first weekend where the new rule changes are also in place. And on social media, you have been very public about actually being happy about the rule changes, right?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit on why you think the rule changes are good?
So first of all, I think it's not even about the new rules being better or worse than the old ones. I think it's about letting a chance to Konami to try and change stuff, because most of the time the reaction of the community has been to just like they have a huge burst of reaction and emotions every
Yeah.
time there's any change.
Yeah.
And I think that's not really the way we should try to interact with Konami, because from their POV, it's very hard for them to just change stuff at this point. And so I think worst case scenario, if those rules are worst or bad in any case, and we let them change stuff sometime, they will change it next year, you know. But if at some point, if every time they change something, we are outbursting, then they are gonna let stuff steal a lot of the time. So that's the first thing. And then the second, I think the new rules are good. I think first of all, for the slow play situations, I think they're just way better. I think no draws. I think draws should never be a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Overall.
Agreed.
So I think that's good. A lot of people are scared about the double loss, but I think they're just gonna get used to it, play a little faster. Their opponent's gonna play a little faster as well. And so things are gonna change. So that's not an issue. I think the top cut situation is a little trickier. But overall, I have a friend of mine, you probably know him, Akan, and he has a very good way, in my opinion, to see things about the new rule. He's saying that in a YCS, for example, without draws, you were supposed to do X2 to top after 12 rounds. And I think with the new rule, it's exactly
It's
the
about
same.
the same, yeah. That's
12
true.
round, if you're X2, you just play your 13 round, which is your top 64 in a way.
Pretty much.
Then the round after is top 16, then top, etc. And if you win those 3, then you're in top 8, as you should be. But if you lose, instead of being out, you still can compete and win more things. So I think overall it's just very good for everything almost. I think more rounds is just cool as well.
I think that's always what I also thought. I thought the pro gamers, quote unquote, always asked for more rounds of Swiss, right? Because that it's just when you can play more rounds of Swiss, of course, your skill is going to be more relevant because you just get to play more Yu-Gi-Oh! Before getting into the top cut. And then when you look at final standings of YCSs, most of the time after Swiss, you have in those top 8 spots very, very often like the top level players because they just don't lose. They just have those X1 records, and so I feel like that is very good. And I think one interesting thing is going to be how the community is handling like how to view tops now, because some people are like, okay, now it's impossible for me to top a YCS, but what about we just still call top 16 a top, right? Because like if you make top 16 or the 16th place after Swiss at a YCS out of 2,500 players, that's crazy. And I mean, you can still just post your deck profile and everyone will care because you made a really, really good run with the deck. So maybe we just have to like rethink on how to view that, honestly.
I totally agree. I think things were wrong before, even before. The situation where if you made top, you succeeded, and if you didn't succeed, didn't make sense at all. You can do X3 bubble and do a really good tournament, have a really good list, etc. And you can do X1 and just got a little lucky as well, and like you didn't prepare that much, but it just went smooth this one time. So I think the more rounds are going to be played, the better it is going to be. The only thing that can be seen as a downside for most of the population, I would say, is the magic of getting into Top Cut and having a chance to win. I think more people got a chance to win before than now. I think it's going to be harder as well.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, to win. But I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has never been about winning the event, really. I think it's a game where you're trying to compete on several events in a row, and then at some point, eventually, you're going to win one. But there's almost no one that's winning a lot of events in Europe, at least. That doesn't exist that much. So, yeah.
That's also the only critical thing I think of at the moment, because of course, for me as a caster, Top Cut rounds always feel more entertaining to cast, because there's more stakes, of course, with the best of 3 single elimination, of course. So that is something I was immediately afraid of. But I think, like, as you said, technically now rounds 13,
It's
14,
top
15,
64,
they are basically knockout matches.
They're
Because
top cut,
if someone loses on X2, they're out of the tournament. So
they can play it out and make a better result, but they cannot win it.
Yeah.
So it's Top Cut.
Yeah.
But it's just winner and loser bracket almost.
pretty much.
Kinda. And I think the only thing that they could have kept is, like, they could have added those rounds and keep it a top 64.
Yeah.
But I think they were scared of, like, the tournaments going forever.
Yeah.
So I think it's understandable. There's probably something they can still improve, but if we take the new rules as something positive and we let them the time to think about it, maybe let improve them. But if we are outbursting directly, then they won't change it for a bunch of time. So we should just be chill about it.
No, for sure.
And
I
today
agree.
was very refreshing as well. Just changing a little bit. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Should move as much as possible. So overall, yeah.
No, I'm with you for sure. Thanks for the insight for the interview. And of
you.
course, best of luck with the last 2 rounds, because I mean, you're still in contention for winning the tournament. Actually, talking about playing a lot, are you going to be grinding for world points again this season? Is that a thing?
So I'm right now in Luxembourg. I'm from Paris, so of course it looks like I'm grinding a lot, right? But
Indeed.
I think it's mostly, for me, the tournaments are mostly preparation for major events or travel trips with friends. I think that's mostly why I'm usually going in Germany, because I have a lot of people that I like living in Strasbourg, which is very close to the border.
Fair.
So I think I'm gonna do the events where my friends are gonna be. And if at the end of the season I have a good amount of points, then I'll be in,
I mean, last season you were first, so maybe it happens again. But yeah, again, no, thank you,
very
and go relax a little bit, and then see you possibly for the finals later on.
Thank you
Just
very much.
walk out, and then see you. Yes, perfect. So, Chad, I hope you enjoyed that very insightful interview there with Gabriel Susi, one of the absolute household names in all of Europe. Getting some insight from him, I think, is very refreshing, because sometimes just a lot of people just bursting out their opinions, just rambling and just non-stop giving their input on certain things, and just like 50 people at once just talking about a couple of different things is going to lead to just like that hyper stimulation, like those different things, and everyone just kind of starting to hate, everyone just kind of starting to group together for one opinion or something like that. And I like the approach that Gabriel has with it, that you should just sometimes just be a little more chill about it, lean back a little bit. Change, of course, is dangerous sometimes when it is like super, super bad change. But I think with those rule changes, it is, first of all, probably actually going to be a good thing. And second of all, having a little bit of a change up once in a while is not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, we are definitely not changing it up with this tournament because we still have 2 more rounds to be displayed. This was only round 6 out of 8 in total. We are still finding out who gets first place, gets the beautiful trophy, the custom-made trophy with the name engraved on it, and the 3 copies of QCR Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. So if you want to see who's going to win the entire thing, you should stay tuned. I'll go on a very short break and then we will see each other again for round number 7. And right back into the action we go, and you see immediately 6-0 players, table 1. This is what it's all about. Ricky versus Amir. Table 1, as I just said, and we see Vanquish Soul, and specifically Stake Your Soul there was responded to with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. That immediately, though, enabled the Izuna in the hand. Izuna special summon, Izuna effect. Okay, does not send Lupus. Interesting. So we have another Vanquish Soul K9. It's not a myth that this is possibly the best deck of the format right now. We see it here now in the later rounds more and more and more and more. This is the second to last round. Both players XO, meaning if they win here in this second to last round, they are making sure that they are in the finals, which of course we are then afterwards going to watch together. Oh, okay. 5 mana. Draco Tail, 5 mana. So we have Draco Tail again. We see a lot of Draco Tail. And we fuse with all remaining cards in hand. We give up Fuvalos from our hand. All cards from our hand. We use Fuvalos and we use 2 Draco Tail names there. That is Lucius and another 5 mana. Holy. Completely hand-looped ourselves here. But, of course, as a reward, we get to just destroy and activate all of those effects now. Okay, giving these 2 back into the hand through the effect of Alfarion. Now Jokul effect. It's crazy how we hand looped ourselves so that the that for example Jokul cannot activate its effect anymore. That is actually insane. Okay. Now Lupus. It's being added to the hand though. That is not usually where you want to see the Lupus. Rather want to have it in the graveyard, but I guess this works. Lupus together with the Jokul go into Ripper. What happened to the sets? Very good question. Did we just not activate any? I mean, did we just not activate the Draco Tail effects? Ricky. That's fairly odd, not gonna lie. Wait, did we use Jokul there? But Ricky doesn't have 2 cards in hand anymore, does he? Case for K9. Chat, did we activate Jokul there, or how did the 2 K9 monsters come onto the field there? I'm pretty sure Ricky only has 1 card remaining in hand. Oh wait, no, that's not. Oh wait, that's the other effect of it though. Never mind me. Never mind me. Never mind me. Case for K9. That's the other effect, of course. What a start. We may have dealt with the first wave of K9s, but it seemingly didn't matter at all here for Amir. What do you mean he forgot? It seems like he did forget, yeah. Maybe he just announced the effect of Alfarion and then we were kind of done. Okay, Nash Knight says, I want your Alfarion underneath myself now. Attaches it as a material. Two materials underneath the Nash Knight. We upgrade into see, XYZ Nash Knight. Certainly a decision from Ricky to not use the Full Loss and instead just use all of our cards in hand to Fusion Summon instead. Now the Prosperity as well. Wow. After all of that, after having Umbral already on the field, having the Ripper still, we just go ahead and activate Prosperity too. This game almost looks locked up immediately. By the way, that means now, currently, DD Crow in the main deck. I mean, in Vankersel, it does make quite a bit of sense. Perulia in the main deck too, I see. I see how it is, Amir. And Ricky will have... Okay, yeah, Ricky just concedes. Understandably so. Reasonably enough. We do just go ahead and scoop it up there. There is nothing really to do against that anymore. And Ricky is like, well, yeah, maybe I did not activate those Draco Tail graveyard effects. Maybe I forgot. That does happen sometimes, once in a while. And I guess Amir will be chill about it and will be happy about it for sure. And yeah, what I was about to say was our top 3 players that are currently undefeated. Of course, in the last round, we saw Gabriel Susi being undefeated. So between the 3 players so far 6-0 in the tournament, we have 2 Vanquish Soul K9 with Amir and Susi. And then we have Ricky on Draco Tail. But Ricky's Draco Tail there on the first turn did not look incredibly impressive. Also, more updates from the field. You saw Yuna in our round 1 feature match still playing Malice. Yuna is X1 at the moment, being 5-1 and therefore still absolutely in contention to collect some more Worlds points for this season. Then we have also Lin on that 60 card branded Draco Tail deck. Also with the identical X1 score, so some interesting stuff still happening out there on the field. Also, I just witnessed, was X1 before the round, but sadly ended up in a double loss situation. We had Dynamorphia. We would have featured Dynamorphia if it would have won, if it would have still been X1, but didn't happen. Did not happen. They got the double loss in versus Crystron K9. Ricky did not look super sharp on that first game. I hope he rebounds now. I hope he focuses on what he has been doing right throughout the entirety of the tournament. I hope he shows why he is undefeated so far with his Draco Tail deck. For Draco Tail, the Vanquish Soul K9 matchup, not necessarily the greatest. We talked about it with Gabriel Susi as well, who also definitely said it's usually a decent matchup for Vanquish Soul K9, because the ceiling of the Draco Tail deck is just not high enough, but still, it's not an unwinnable matchup at all, especially when you're going first. So let's see. Here it goes. Normal summon Mululu. Mululu effect to fusion summon goes through. We saw the quick nod from Amir. Okay, use Mululu, use Famana. go for the Alfarion. Mululu and Famana activating effects, making sure to this time have K2 Draco Tail and Rahu Draco Tail available. Now with which one do we lead? Draco Tail is such a highly skill-intensive deck. You always have to consider every move. You have to sequence your fusion summons right. And here we come in with the Rahu Draco Tail to fusion summon with materials from the deck. Which ones are we going to use? Certainly there should be... Okay. There is going to be the Orgola. And we do, with the Orgola, go ahead into the Gulamel. Orgola effect in the graveyard. Set the trap card this time around, and that is, here in that instance, the Draco Tail Horn. Already looking much safer, looking much better, looking much more in the zone here from Ricky. Looks like he is ready to rumble. Activates the second Draco Tail spell, the K2 Draco Tail. Search first, Van Fusion Summoning. We are quickly reading the Secretarian Dragon in our extra deck there, I think. We already have a Farleon, and we also already have the Gulamel, so maybe just putting that out there as well. Lucius. Mana effect in the hand. And there we have it. The Secretarian Dragon. Oh wait, yeah. It is the Secretarian Dragon. Adding back from the graveyard, making sure... Oh, it's Mysterion. Never mind, Prankos is right. It's Mysterion and not Secretarian. True. So that's one, and that's it. Mysterion and Secretarian not only sound similar, they also look very similar, actually. That's why I got them mixed up there. The Avatarion, yeah, exactly. This one, though, a rare from Justice Hunters. Literally just joined the game. Here comes a case for K9, and that case will be resolved successfully here. Grabs Izuna. What are we supposed to do with that Izuna just yet, though? Because there was no monster effect activated just yet, but ooh! Jockle effect together with an Holisu. So, not only having K9 cards, but also immediately having access to the Vanquish Soul cards is massively important here for Amir. Oh. Mysterion Dragon effect. When that Holisu activates its effect, we grab over not the Mysterion Dragon, but instead the Draco Tail Fusion. We grab the Draco Tail Gulamel. After the Mysterion already used its effect anyhow. There is still trap cards remaining for Ricky though, so we can definitely not rule him out just yet. Can Ricky find a way into this? Can Ricky win this game to stay a factor in this competition? A factor on who wins the entire tournament. Actually, the tiebreaker of the person winning here is for the case that Gabriel Susi should not be winning at table 2, could already be a sign that they are going to be the overall winner. Okay. We now use on our very own card. On our own Gulamel, we are using the Draco Tail Horn. I don't know, that doesn't feel great. Just dealing with our own card there. Triple Tactic Talents. Armir, what are you doing to Ricky here? Have to negate it, of course. Negating it with the Draco Tail Flame. Spell card that falls for it, but there now is safety on resolving our reinforcement of the army. We have not normal summoned yet, so we are certainly going to grab the Vanquish Soul Raisin if we are allowed to do so. But Ricky does not know whether he can allow this. Thinking about his options, checking his graveyard here plenty of times. Is there maybe still a 5 mana in hand that we want to use? What's the last set card? Ash Blossom on the reinforcement of the army. Okay, there's not much left for our army, it seems. Is there anything? There's Izuna, which is now live, of course. We knew about the Izuna. And that one can go off here. Izuna effect. Ricky, with that Ash Blossom on the reinforcement of the army, might have been able to shut down the entirety of the Vanquish Soul package of the deck, though. Going for rank 5. Going for Ripper. Ripper ready to rip. Fact, searching. Looks good. We already went through case. So now we search for Izuna again. Okay, we've already used Izuna, so that's not going to be particularly scary. I mean, we're breaking the field right now, but are we really going to make anything out of this? Because the follow-up for Ricky seems to be somewhat decent. The follow-up for Ricky should be good enough, really. Okay, there's Lantern. Lantern and Lupus. Nash Knight. Nash Knight effect. Nash Knight already was good game 1. And it's the return of Nash Knight now. Grabs the Mysterion Dragon. And puts the Masquerade underneath it as well from the extra deck. This is danger. CXYZ Nash Knight in defense position. Effect CXYZ Nash Knight. Looks like no response. Umbral. Ooh, it was just the entire time another Draco Tail spell card. It was just the entire time a bluff, the K2 Draco Tail. Nothing Ricky could have done with it. Here comes Izuna. Lupus effect in the graveyard. Is this just more than 8,000 points of damage? It feels like it. That looks like 8,000. And if there is a monster effect in the hand, we can just negate it with the Ripper. Oh. What is there? Here comes Lupus. Oh, it's K9 Draco Tail. We didn't see much of that yet, but we drew the K9 brick. We drew the Lupus. Now Lupus on Lupus action, but case for K9. Boosts his monsters, and Ricky gives it up. Clean and swift once again. Vanquish Soul K9 just seems to be the better deck in the direct matchup between Vanquish Soul K9 and Draco Tail. And that is Armia just walking through this match here and being 7-0. I repeat, 7-0. And we're only playing 8 rounds in total. So this is definitely securing a top 8 finish here in the tournament. But it also keeps Armia in contention for the win of the entire regional. And the win is quite worthy here in this tournament because there is additional pricing from the Mana Temple store. You get 3 copies of Quarter Century Rare Ash Blossom as additional pricing. You get a personalized engraved trophy that you can call your own. And of course, the normal prices and some prices from Ultimate Guard on top of it. So massive amounts of pricing. All kind of cool stuff that Amir is now possibly able to win if he continues to win this last round as well. That is just strong stuff. So, chat, one more round to go. I think we will skip an interview here for this round because the match was quite short and Amir will be playing in the finals, of course, so we will have the chance possibly to talk to him later on as well. So we will see each other for the final and last 8 rounds. Don't go anywhere. The most important match of the day still left to be played. Is it going to be against Gabriel Susi? Pretty likely, as Gabriel Susi is currently playing on table 2, but maybe he doesn't win over there. We will see, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. And finally, the time has come. Last round of Swiss for the day, round number 8. We can actually call it the finals of the Mana Temple Regional here in Luxembourg. We have only 2 remaining players with a 7-0 record, and you have both of them already here on the big screen. We have Gabriel Susi, the powerhouse and one of the best players out of all of Europe, and of course from France, being paired up against Armir, who, as far as I know, is also French. So an all-French final here between these 2 players in the final here, in the last remaining match. And I mean, it's also no surprise for the people that watched throughout the entirety of your day. We have seen both of those players already before we have the die roll. Okay, that was very low from Armir. I think that was a 2. And it is certainly countered by Gabe, who will be able to go first here. Both players, as they were previously on featured match, I can absolutely tell you, are on Vanquish Soul K9. So winning the die roll in that matchup, certainly something that will help you. Not gonna lie. Let's see. Gabriel had a really weird first game in his featured match where he only drew K9 cards and he didn't really get any of the Vanquish Soul cards going. But then he top decked Raisin for turn, which helped him to get out of that situation. But will be interesting to see whether he has a better start here, or maybe also we see some interaction from Amir's side. We shall find out. Both players so far have performed amazingly well, but they will have to perform one last time if they want to be the winner of today's tournament, because it's not only for the qualification to the European Championship. Both of these players have now already secured that. It's not only for the play mat. It's not only for the glory. It is also for 3 copies, quarter century rare Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. It is for a personalized, engraved trophy that you can call your very own, that will be engraved with your name after this finals is over. So certainly a nice stake to play for here. Who can come out on top? Gabriel starts off with activating Holisu, revealing Jialong. Wow. That is quite the start. Jialong can immediately activate because it was itself revealed there. Jialong onto the field. Oh, okay. What you can do, I can do myself, says Amir here. Counters it as well with the Holisu Jialong opening. And now we activate the effect of Holisu on the field. Showing a dark and a fire. Bringing out Razin from the deck. Razin effect. Yes, Prankus. The pricing here at the Mana Temple Regionals are actually insane. They do put a lot of work and love into their regionals, and you can definitely tell by not only the prize pool, but also by having this cool stream here and the venue and everything. Everyone is really, really hyped about playing those regionals. Okay. Jialong. Caesar Valius now. Gabriel harshly stopped here from Amir. Okay, revealing 2 fires now. Revealing the double Raisin with the Jialong. Fetching for another missing attribute now, maybe for the effect of Caesar Valius. That would be what I would imagine. Yup, there's Bogger. Commonly known as a dark monster. That looks like the other effect of Holisu. No, we are targeting the Holisu for Bogger. Playing around, toying around with the attributes. Okay, Izuna now activates though. As Amir participated in the hand effect activations here on his turn 0. So we can activate Izuna. Izuna send Lupus. Now Valius activates and we can reveal 3 different attributes. There is a DD Crow as well. That might have been the only unknown card there from Amir. Destroys the Izuna. Amir is going crazy here. with the perfect opener to already start playing on the opponent's turn. Of course, Ren, I will do my very best. I will try to get all the information for sure. Here comes Lupus. Being banished with the DD Crow. No Lupus for you, Gabriel. Gabriel may have won the die roll, but it doesn't look like it, honestly. It sure enough doesn't look like it. We have committed 3 cards into this already. What are the other 2 and last remaining cards in hand for Gabriel? Can they bring him out of that situation? Because otherwise, it is looking insanely good for Amir here in this first game. Okay, there comes Izuna. That looks like a normal summon here. Borger Effect. Reveals a Dark, so we want to dig 1 card deeper into our deck here. What a kickstart for Amir into this final match of the day. That is a going second hand that can make you a champion. That's for sure. Will he be able to convert this? What are the last 2 remaining cards in hand here for Gabriel? It's tough to imagine that they can really bring him out of this. Do we go for Ripper here just simply? Oh, hold on. Okay, that was just displaying what cards are currently known. And 4 of the 5 cards in hand for Army are currently known. We go for Ripper. Ripper Effect. So Gabriel goes for K9 route. We go down the K9 route. Here, we search for Lantern. Oh, Gabriel in his interview earlier on said he was playing all kind of different decks lately. He tested a lot of Yummy, but now the Vanquish Soul K9 testing arc begins. And regardless of how this last match here turns out, I think you can already call it a success here for this day, because even going 7-1, finishing top 4 most likely would be very, 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 very good of a result with this obviously very, very strong deck. Okay, we now have Izuna and Lantern on the field. Room for another rank 5. Do we go for Nash Knight here maybe? Ooh, okay. First of all, we do go for Case for K9. The continuous spell card that will be able to grab us the Jokel from the hand. Ah, you can almost hear how Gabriel's brain is working there, and apparently it's not working no more. That must mean that Gabriel conceded there. I see no world in which Armir said I cannot win this game anymore after having that explosive start into the match here on Gabriel's turn. So this must mean it's 1-0 Armir after losing the die roll. The Holly Sue action on the opponent's turn, and Gabriel not having any further attributes to make the Holly Sue effect on the field work, made sure that Armir secures that first game. But of course, it's still Mr. Gabriel Susi. You can never be too sure about anything when you play against that man. He has won matches in more dire situations, so I would absolutely not be shocked if he also finds a way back into this match here. We can, first of all, now consider our side decks. Make sure that, for example, cards such as Charmies in the deck of Gabriel find their way out of the deck, because you do not want to draw those cards, obviously, going first. So we will have an optimized version of our own deck now for this upcoming Game 2. Gabriel is in the zone, but Amir also, sometimes you see it when when players play against very well-known players, that they are kind of nervous. But Amir, looking at his face cam, looking at how he shuffles the cards, he seems so incredibly calm playing against Gabriel here. He knows he has a good deck. He knows he's decently strong with it. So he just wants to win this thing here without any doubt. Horny, thanks for the Twitch Prime there. Appreciate that. That's lovely to see. Also, everyone, if you're watching at the moment, make sure to leave a follow here on the Mana Temple channel. Plenty of regular tournaments being streamed here on Twitch, YouTube, and so on and so forth. So wherever you're watching right now, make sure to either leave a like or subscribe to the channel. But now, game 2. Is it a swift 2-0 from Amir, as he was also able to put on to Ricky in the last round's featured match? Or is it comeback time for Gabe Susi? Gabriel looking into his hand, and I mean, he's thinking strongly about his options, but he doesn't look particularly happy. He either has a lot of options or he doesn't have a whole lot of options. Maybe no options at all, because this looks like he's actually like considering a bold move maybe. Okay, never mind. We had so much, so we were just thinking on what to do first. Holly Sue effect reveals Raisin, so we do have a glorious amount of starters here. Activates the Vanquish Soul start. Thinking this completely through before taking any action, before taking the first step. I think Gabriel just, and that is what top players are doing. He was just making sure first that there is not going to be anything that he doesn't play around. I think we made sure to play the best line into a potential Fuva loss, maybe play the best line into a potential Droll Lockbird as well. Just ruling those things out, as now with the Stake Your Soul, we bring out the Jiao Long. Oh. Ay. Flashback time. Holly Sue also from Amir, revealing a Dark in the Fire. We've had that happen in game number 1 already. Is it really going to be time again? There also is an Ash Blossom in the hand of Amir too, which we are revealing here. Spashes out Razen. Good thing is, with the field spell, we can possibly protect from the distraction effect of Razen or the distraction effect of Caesar Valius. Caesar Valius will be searched here. Revealing all the known cards once more. It's such a crucial information that you need to have at all time. Which cards are known, which cards are unknown. Vanquish Soul just works with the hand at any given moment, so you need to be aware of what is currently going on. Caesar Valius puts the Holly Sue back into the hand. Now Razen activates its effect. Reveals the Ash Blossom and Dr. Madlove from hand, trying to destroy the Jiao. Oh wait, we're revealing 3? Is this Caesar Valius, man? Oh, but Caesar Valius. This is Razen effect. This is Razen effect, but we dodge the Razen distraction by tagging out and making a Caesar Valius our very own. That's huge here from Gabriel's side. We dodged the distraction. We ourselves established a Caesar Valius as well. Now we reveal 3 attributes for Caesar Valius. Can Gabriel respond with Caesar Valius? Do we have the appropriate attributes ourselves? 1 card only remaining in hand next to the Razen. Normal Razen. Chain Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from Amir. This is intense. Oh, he destroyed... Oh, true. He destroyed the field spell with Valius. True. That's nice, actually. That's really good, because that means no trap access for Gabriel. That was very, 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 very strong to just not care about Caesar Velius, but just go after the Vanquish Soul start. You can really tell Amir played this deck a lot already. It is still very new, but Amir seems to be very, very experienced with the deck already. Jalong. Jalong's fine. Nobody of these two, none of these two, was able to be defeated throughout the entirety of the tournament, but one of them will be after this round. Only one of the two will be golden. Only one of the two will be 8-0 and will be the undisputed champion of the entire tournament. Gabriel now considering his rank 5 options. Oh, goes for Ripper. Ripper effect. Detaches Holly Sue. Canine Ripper. Which one are we grabbing? Which one are we grabbing, Gabriel? This matchup is so crazy. Like the K9 Vanquish Soul deck in general. You're just already playing so much on the first turn. And it looks like we're searching for Jockle. And we're setting the forced release. Like, you're already creating a field on the opponent's first turn. And your opponent is also immediately on his first turn then trying to out the field that you are creating while it is your very own turn. It's actually insane. Because now we can go for like Nash Knight or something, immediately try to deal with things that Amir has put up here. Here comes Rock of the Vanquisher. Jockle and Holly Sue are special summoned due to the effect of Jockle. This deck is so insanely complex. Jockle's effect on the field comes down now. What are we going to grab? Grabs Lantern. Sure, that's the one we haven't used just yet. Cursor, we can try to figure that out. I'm sure we're going to have like a winner's ceremony in the hall, but I'll try to tell you here in the stream as well. Here comes the Nash Knight. Who finished in what place with what deck? Okay, Nash Knight takes care of the Caesar Velius. That's what I was saying. Immediately on the first turn, the opponent, in that case, Amir, is trying to build up his own field, stop Gabriel from doing what he's trying to do, and now, already on the crackback, Gabriel, still on the first turn, is attacking what Amir has put up. It's actually insane. Like, we have a full Yu-Gi-Oh game, which was considered to be a full Yu-Gi-Oh game a while back. Like, doing a combo, interacting with the combo, trying to stop it, and then stopping the cards that were stopping you and like going after these in the first turn already. This matchup is insanity. Now another rank 5. That's Valon. Case for K9. Grabs Izuna. Gabriel, is he happy with what he's doing here? You can't really tell. Like, he's insanely focused, but you cannot nail it down to whether he right now feels in control or whether he feels vulnerable. CXYZ Nash Knight. And that's now getting upgraded into the Umbral. It was funny. In the last game, Gabe actually scooped in his first turn after Amir already interacting with him so much. This time around, though, it seems like Gabe feels a lot more capable. He has also already put up so many more monsters this time around. He found a good way to dodge the Rasen Destruction effect by chaining his very own Caesar Valius. It's looking all so much better, but 0 cards in hand here. 0 cards in hand for a Vanker Soul deck is something you very, very, very rarely see. Something you basically never see, actually. SP Little Knight now too. Making space, making some more zones, but we didn't even use an extra deck monster for the SP Little Knight, meaning we can't even banish the Rasen here, so the Rasen survives. Ami is starting his turn with Rasen already on the field. Let's see how much gas is left in there still. Harpiest Feather Duster, the first card to immediately be activated. We know the set card is the K9 rank up spell. There it goes. And it will be chained to that Harpiest Feather Duster. It feels like we played 5 turns in this game already, but it was all the first turn where both players did an insane amount of actions already, contributing to the situation we find ourselves in here. And that Feather Duster is, in that particular case here, not really doing particularly well in terms of destroying any meaningful cards, but just, it simply is there to make sure that the card is being activated, that it is forced out, that he has to do it there. There comes the werewolf. Goes in there. So Feather Duster has done right. Now we are destroying the Rasen as well. There's not that many cards remaining in hand for Amir, and we still have the Valen, we still have the SP Little Knight, and we still also have the Umbral. So this is, if you ask me, looking pretty decent for Gabriel if he's not facing such a thing as Dark Ruler no more or something like that now. If there is some big breaker like that, though, it is getting dicey right away. Is there or is there not? Sad one. Oh. Normal Mad Love. What's the set card about, though? What is that set card about? I cannot really explain what kind of set card that would ever be. Chat, does any of you... Oh, to dodge the wolf. Yeah, true. Very good catch by Light. We want to dodge the wolf. Because the wolf, of course, can go after cards in hand. It's MTP? I don't think it's MTP. Okay, roll it. Kurikara! Yo, Kurikara could have been so huge. But the set card is Triple Tactics Frost. Okay. Triple Tactics Frost. What can we get with that even here? Maybe Dark Ruler? Could be Dark Ruler. If we play something like that, it could also just be like Raigeki. Stake Your Soul. Is Stake Your Soul enough, though? I'm not sure whether Stake Your Soul is enough. I am not sure whether Stake Your Soul is enough. It has to be a breaker. I think it has to be a breaker, yeah. I do also think it needs to be a breaker, but we shall see. Does he only have one more card in hand? Yep. Next to the thrust, it's only one more card in hand, and Gabriel has 0 cards in hand right now. They have done their absolute everything already on that first turn, so they are down on hand resources, but they are committing everything they have onto that field right now. Will that be successful? Will that be crowned with a ticket to the tournament win? Last card in hand is Holly. Last card in hand? Kursper might be right. Last card in hand could be Holly Sue. Here's, we did have Holly Sue on the first turn, and we put it back into the hand with Caesar Valius. It should be Holly Sue, actually. Which is not a great card to have in your hand on your own. When it is just by itself. Okay, we're booking the... Oh. What's going on here? Have we chained SP Little Knight there? We chained SP Little Knight on our own Umbral. That's fairly wild. But I'm sure Gabriel knows what he's doing. Maybe we needed the Vanquish Soul monsters in the graveyard? That could be an explanation. Maybe we desperately needed the material from the Umbral in the grave. That's the only logical explanation I have for it. There's nothing else I can give you. Okay, we take talents. Triple tactic talents. And I think this is a spot where you just go triple tactic talents to pray. Draw 2. Is it draw 2? It is draw 2. That is one of those hog the card moments. You're like, I barely have any chance to get out of this. Let me just try to maybe rip the 2 best cards in my entire deck off the top. 1, 2. Did we find what we were searching? Jockle Effect. Chain Werewolf. Chain Izuna. That's not too bad. Actually, insane draws here. Picking up Jockle and also Jockle and Izuna were the pickups. That's massive. That's huge. But can we capitalize? That's a scoop. He hasn't used any grave or hand effects? Hold on. Light, I think, is right. There were no hand or graveyard effects. It was a crazy turn. And I mean, both turns were ridiculous, but there was no grave or hand effect this turn from Gabriel Susi. He did not even have cards in hand at the beginning of the turn. So we can't use the Izuna. And realizing that we cannot use the Izuna, there's nothing else we can do. And we have a 1-1 score with us heading into the decider. Game number 3. Are we going to have turn 0 Holly Seuss once more. Are we having the pleasure of watching Gabriel do that this time around? That was a very, very nice game for sure. Honestly, the Vanquish Soul K9 mirror match is insanely fun to watch. I can only imagine how fun it also is to play it, but watching it is insane. It feels like they are playing like 5D chess or something. Playing on a completely different level. Trading things already on the first turn where you would not even imagine that you would even summon those. All of Justice Hunters is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. We are in a golden age for the TCG right now. The double banish was to protect from a possible field wipe as a thrust target, but can't we just chain the SP to that? Like, let our opponent commit into a Raigeki or whatever that would be, and then we chain? Or what's the reasoning why we had to do it there? That's what I don't really understand. I guess if they go Dark Ruler, like, the only thing that I can see is Dark Ruler. Because if they have Dark Ruler, of course, we cannot respond anymore. Yeah, it had to be because of Dark Ruler. That's the only logical explanation that there can be. And I mean, in the end, it worked out. Gabriel takes it. Second game, scores even. They still have over 20 minutes remaining to play out this last game as well. This should be nice. Another careful shuffle from Gabe there. Wants to make sure that there is no brick flying around here in this last game. No, Max, it's 1-1 already. 1-1, this will be game number 3. Last deciding and remaining game to be played. To be or not to be, who is going to be our Mana Temple regional champion for the second edition, the second regional in the history of Luxembourg? Stake Your Soul is a good way to start things off, revealing DD Crow from our hand. Also a valuable piece of non-engine right next to it as well. Good start for Armir. And Gabriel, if we have Ash Blossom, I think we need to use it here. Maybe we are considering for attributes in hand that we need the fire attribute of Ash Blossom, but it definitely it feels like that is something that you need to Ash, and there is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Stake Your Soul. Oh, but there's Holly Sue. Oh my, Amir is the official master of drawing Holly Sues. Oh. Hold on though, no Holly Sue effect. Go Rock. Okay, add spec Holly Sue. Hold on. End phase. Yo! This time drawing Holly Sue was not great enough. It's Rock Pass. And play is over to Gabriel. So we know one Holly Sue, we know one DD Crow, and there's one unknown card remaining. Wait. No, we know all cards in hand, right? We know 2 Holly Sue and the DD Crow. Oh no, it's 4 cards in hand. 1 unknown still. 2 Holly Sue, 1 DD Crow, 1 unknown card. Holly Sue now for Gabriel. Holly Sue effect. Summons out the Jalong. 2 fires revealed for Jalong next. And now you can really see in the face cam, Gabriel just being 1,000 times more chill now. Game 2, he was really like hardcore trying to figure out his moves and hardcore trying to figure out whether he is doing the right thing at that very moment. But here, he's like, okay, I'm actually just in a super good situation right now, so I can be a little bit more chill. I can be somewhat relaxed. That is a rank 5 here. Do we go for Ripper? To protect against possible hand effects, we do go for Ripper. We know there is at least one hand effect. Here comes Rock effect. Holly Sue. We're taking the Ripper. Alright, that's massive. I don't know whether Gabe considered that. Holly Sue takes the Ripper before it was able to search. Ay, ay, ay. Normal summon Razen though into the column of the Ripper. Searches Jalong. It is getting more and more intense. But even though the Ripper changed sides, I do have the feeling that Gabriel still is somewhat in the driving seat. Activates the effect of Razor now, revealing a fire in the dark. And no response from Armir means the Ripper is history with that. Destroyed it. His very own Ripper. Destroyed with the Razen effect. And now Gabriel unsure on how to continue. Unsure on what to make out of this. He probably was aware that there would be a Holly Sue take coming eventually. Still, for that very moment when the Ripper was taken, it feels like he was somewhat surprised. Maybe he's having a good poker face, but it felt like a little bit of surprise was going on there. Here comes Rock. Jockle. Jockle brings itself and Holly Sue onto the field. That will help. That will absolutely help. Rock effect adds back Holly Sue from the graveyard to the hand. If you are considering to pick up a deck where you can really like play for an eternity and keep on improving, keep on learning, I think Vanquish Soul is one of those decks that just has different aspects to it. You have like the factor that you always have to pre-plan, you always have to pay attention to your cards in hand in terms of attributes as well. You just also sometimes have to manage your zones properly to make your effects work in the best way possible. And I think Vanquish Soul overall is just a deck that just gives you the freedom to learn and be successful with a very strong deck. But now, Nash Knight takes the Holly Sue. We upgrade into CXYZ Nash Knight, and there is now also the Umbral Horror. Is this the sequence with which Gabriel is going for it? Battle phase, Umbral Horror. Attacks over the rock. We're cutting the deck. Is this all we got? Is this a pass turn here from Gabe? Doesn't look like we have anything else. And it is a pass indeed. Play back to Amir. Is there still the door open? Is there still a way for possible glory? Did he act back with rock? Yes, he did act back with rock. Okay. Holly Sue effect. Was that a raisin we picked up? It looked like raisin. It did look like raisin. I'm not 100% sure on it though. Here comes Holly Sue in the column of the Umbral Horror. Effect Holly Sue reveals Caesar Valius and reveals Dr. Madlove that is going to be responded by with the Umbral Horror. Detaches with CXYZ Nash Knight. Now comes the hand rip. What are we ripping? We're ripping Caesar Valius. Nothing else here. 11 minutes remaining. We're still in somewhat of a grindy game state. Link 1, Rock of the Vanquisher. Would that be the first time today in the finals of the tournament where we do have the double loss application, where we do not find a way to finish the match within 50 minutes? It's still over 10 minutes. I think it is possible to finish this match within the given time, but it's not entirely possible to tell just quite yet who is ahead in this, who is winning. But now it is Amir pushing further with activating and resolving also the effect of Dr. Madlove. Grabs Vanquish Soul start. Vanquish Soul start shall be activated as well. Izuna, Lupus. Oh, Dr. Madlove revealing the Caesar Valius and the DD Crow. So Exceed summoning all of a sudden not that easy anymore when Dr. Madlove goes after one of the monsters from Gabriel. Interesting situation now. Lupus leaves the field. Cannot go back into the hand but gets banished instead. Now Rock of the Vanquisher. Gets Raisin back into the hand. Holly Sue. True, there is still Holly Sue for Gabriel. Holly Sue summons itself out. Jalong was revealed. Jalong effect onto the field as well. Jalong, 1 fire, 2 fire with the Ash Blossom. Now it looks like Gabriel is finally and maybe ultimately running away in terms of card advantage here. All those effects just add up too much. I feel like this is where Gabriel is securing this win here. Gabriel once more looking up to the clock. Over 8 minutes. This should be possible. This should be good. They should be safe from timeout here. Rasen effect. Destroys the Rock of the Vanquisher. Here comes Valius. Puts the Holly Sue back into the hand. One attribute, 2 attribute, 3 attributes. Caesar Valius destroys the Vanquish Soul start. How much more can Amir even do here? It doesn't feel like he has so much more. It doesn't feel like there is many more pushes. But giving up here in this situation also is not something that he would do, because he will play this out until the very last moment. And there is Caesar Valius that is activated. Caesar Valius onto the field. Attacking the Masquerade, doubling with it. But what after that? Is there even anything after that? That feels like we're just passing after. And then Gabriel just, of course, already has so many big monsters on the field, so we do not even need to pass anymore, as it is perfectly clear to both players. But next turn, Gabriel just has this absolutely locked up. So with the long list of regionals that Gabriel Susi has already won in his career, in this new season, in this 2026 regional season, in this beautiful and exciting Mana Temple region here in Luxembourg, Gabriel Susi crowns himself the champion once more. The title goes to France. Vanquish Soul K9 is the deck of the tournament by being represented twice here in the finals, and therefore also just logically also winning the entire thing. GG's to Gabriel Susi, powerhouse of the European community, coming to this tournament here, showing that it's a tournament that is worth going to for even the top level players, and not only coming here, attending, but winning it in style. And that first game from Amir was actually crazy. He played so well. He had such a crazy hand with the Holly Sue. It looked like he would just run over Gabriel. But then that second game, and also this third game, showed you what Gabriel is made of. Showed you once more and reminded you that he is one of the best players of Europe. And therefore, he wins this match. I'll try to get Gabe on stream one more time. We had him earlier, but we want to see him again now, of course, congratulating him on the victory. So give me a moment to catch him, and we will be right back with Gabriel. Et voila, the champion of the Luxembourg Regional here, the Mana Temple Regional. Applause in chat. Congratulations, Gabriel Susi, winning another tournament. What's the feelings? Is Vanquish Soul K9 just so good of a deck?
I think it's great. I think it's great, but overall, I think the final was a showcase of like how much of a ceiling that deck has, and we were both able to play. But the two times we were going first, game 1 and game 3, we had very bad hands almost. So it was alright. It was a nice duel, to be honest.
It was a nice duel for sure. So you will, first of all, I cannot give you that just yet, but you will get a personalized trophy with your name on it that is going to be custom made for you. So you're going to get that straight to your home later on. And then, of course, that's the basic stuff.
Yeah, that's
that
great.
is the regional. It is a beautiful one, though, right?
This one is.
I
fun.
love this
Yeah, I
one
love
for
this one
sure.
as well.
I'll try to win this one tomorrow when I'm playing a regional too.
You're playing tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. And then It's now comes the bonus, the extra stuff.
Yep.
Triple QCR Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for
Yep.
you as the winner of the tournament as well. Then, as you saw throughout the tournament, we are also sponsored by Card Market for this tournament. So let me count. 140 euros Card Market
Great.
vouchers. There you go. Easy. Let's go. And then the regional deck box, of
Wonderful.
course. Wonderful. And then not one, but two Ultimate Guard deck boxes as well. You cannot even carry all of that.
I can't. I actually cannot. No,
Wait,
but it's amazing. It's amazing.
Let's go.
But the most important part is the fact that this event was probably the best I've ever done.
Really? Let's go.
Organization wise, etc. I've never seen this in my life almost.
Nice.
And the people from the shop are actually so nice. all of
Yeah,
them.
I can confirm. I love working together here with
Yep.
the Mana Temple people. They are just so kind.
Yep.
And like the vibe here, like immediately when I come here, like everyone is so friendly, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
everyone just wants to do the best for you. And it's so good. And you can really tell that they just want to push the Luxembourg community
Yep.
here. And I mean, like, I think more and more Luxembourg people are coming, but also more people from outside, more French players and people from all over Europe, Germans, of course, as well. It's really cool to see. And yeah.
I went
that's-
there because last year I could not go, and
Yeah.
friends of mine went there and told me it was amazing.
Yeah.
So I went there this time, and I'm not disappointed at all.
And you just won it. You just came here and then you won it. Easy peasy. Is it going to be another regional for you tomorrow or tomorrow just chill?
Yeah, we do a whole weekend Luxembourg and then Germany. So maybe
Nice.
the one you're doing as well, I guess.
Yeah, we will play tomorrow then. I'll rob you of another title. No, we shall see about that. But yeah, that's a wrap, honestly. You just performed like crazy once more, that Vanquish Soul K9 deck. You said you played a lot of Yummy the last couple of weeks, so now the Vanquish Soul K9 testing starts. Good start to the testing, right?
Good start. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure.
Good start to the testing. But yeah, thank you so much for playing. Thank you for having fun. Do you want to shout out anyone, maybe at home or maybe your
Yeah,
friends?
my family and my friends. Yep.
Let's go. So good start.
Thank you.
So much for the interview and everything. I'll give you all of your prizes in just a moment. Don't worry about that. And yeah, to the people at home, thank you so much for watching throughout the entirety of the day. I hope you enjoyed all of those high-class duels because we had plenty of great players actually. We had
Yep.
World competitors, we had World Championship playoff competitors, and all those kind of things. So definitely some high-class Yu-Gi-Oh! So definitely make sure to leave a follow here on the Mana Temple channel for more content like that. And then we will be seeing each other very soon again. Actually, you guys were interested in hearing what the other top 8 decks in the top 8 are. So we'll go on a short break and then I will be back and I will tell you what the other decks in top 8 are. So don't go anywhere and I will say goodbye properly in just a moment. But goodbye from Gabe already. And here we are again, and I am actually joined by Tom, who is the head judge of the regional here, the Mana Temple Regional Luxembourg. And you were not only the head judge today, but also the first regional, because actually you are from Luxembourg, right?
Yes, indeed.
So, how was today? Give us a little summary, a little wrap up.
Well, today was great. We had 171 players, which was a lot more than expected.
Yeah.
Because there's, I think, 3 or 4 more big tournaments this weekend. There's
Indeed.
the Dutch Nationals, regional in Germany tomorrow,
Yeah.
UK Nationals, and
Yeah.
another regional in Germany, I think.
It was just everything this weekend all of a sudden. Like it kept on being more and more and more. It was actually insane.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but still, I was also decently surprised and very
Yes.
happy that we saw that
Absolutely.
amount of players. But I talked to multiple players that were like, yeah, the pricing and the atmosphere and everything is just so good here. For me, it was not even a question. I was just always coming here. And eventually that just paid off then. A lot of people just made the trip here. And I mean, for a lot of the Germans also, it's quite close, so it doesn't
Yes,
make sense.
Indeed. Yeah.
So, what would you say? Compared to the first regional, was there something that was better? Was there something that was a little that needs improvement, or what's your insight?
So I preferred the other venue. And
Fair.
most players also did. I've been speaking to them because this big stage where we had the feature match,
yeah.
it just looks more special.
I see.
But this venue is a bit bigger, and yeah, the venue is just great. It was just a little bit hot, I find.
Yeah.
Most players told me that as well. So I think this one was a bit hot, even when opening the doors. Outside was just as hot as inside.
Yeah, the thing for the viewers is you couldn't even really see the venue here this time around, because last time we had a venue cam where you could see the entirety of the venue. This time we didn't have that because it was a little bit different of a setup and a different venue because of some spontaneous changes with the venue and so
Exactly,
on.
yes.
But I think the venue still was overall very, very great. And people said they had space to play, they were satisfied, so that's always important, right?
That was something that we strived for.
Yeah.
So we always chose that we took rather long tables.
Yeah.
And we always just put two player tables
Nice.
on each actual table. So people could actually stretch their
Spread
arms,
out,
spread their elbows. You can actually just play the game.
Nice.
Everybody has enough space. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And then we're lucky that we didn't get actually 350 people, which was the cap.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have enough tables to put here. But we had space for about 210 people. So we even had space for the public events.
Nice.
And public events start from round 3 onwards and so on. So we would have had space anyways. But sadly, there were no public events.
Everyone, I think at the moment, everyone's just so excited to play the new Justice Hunter cards.
I've heard so as well, yes.
Like also when going at locals or going into the local store at the moment, I always see usually there's always Time Wizard going on and people playing Time Wizard. But at the moment, everyone is just playing current because they are so absolutely excited about the current format right now.
Yeah,
It's
they just like the format, yeah.
They just absolutely love the format, and therefore I think they just also wanted to play the full 8 rounds today for the tournament. And
The game hasn't been this interactive in a long time.
agreed.
Like
It's
every
actually-
engine interacts in your opponent's turn, and it doesn't interact in a way that's just like, let's say, shifter or draw.
Yeah.
But you actually make plays in your opponent's turn, which is a bit more interesting than just telling them no.
For sure. We also saw that just in the finals. It was a super interactive final. Very, very good game to watch. Very exciting. But yeah, thank you so much for hosting and judging
Thank you for
those
coming.
regionals here in Mana Temple, in Luxembourg for Mana Temple for the store. And one more information that people were eager to know, I can tell you 5 out of the top 8 decks that we have for the event. First and second place, both Vanquish Soul K9. Then Yuna finished in 5th with Malice. And then there was actually a pure Mitsurugi and the Fiends of Mitsurugi also in top 8. So the Mitsurugi decks actually put up some numbers and outperformed the Yami decks, for example.
I think Mitsu is seeing a rise again because people are playing less draw, I think.
Yeah.
Because Vanquish Soul K9, I think they don't care that much about draw. I wouldn't know. But
Yeah.
they probably just care less about draw. So I think Mitsu is actually abusing the situation that draw is falling a little bit out of the meta.
Sounds about right. All right, I think you still have to close out the
Yes,
tournament
yes,
and
indeed.
say goodbye to the players. So
Yep.
we're saying goodbye
Bye.
to viewers at home. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. It was a pleasure having you guys on here. And yeah, make sure to leave a follow here on the channel wherever you're watching the Mana Temple channel, be it YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or whatever. And then check out the next stream that is coming. Thanks for watching today.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Easy.
Ja, sehr gut.
Danke dir.
Bitte.
Die Typen-Technology, ja.
Also auf jeden Fall. Ja, eigentlich fertig. Haben schon geschrieben, irgendwie mit Insane Pricing, haben die jetzt mal geschrieben in den letzten